Good morning again. It's now 10 o'clock. The inquiry. It's not an inquiry, it's a hearing. My first false step. It probably won't be the last. My name's Gareth Jones. I'm an inspector, chartered town planner. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this hearing and to determine the associated appeal, which has been made by MLN Land and Properties Limited. Specifically, the proposal description, as I think, has been agreed and finalised, and my laptop has decided this is the optimal moment to stop working. Right. Oh, we're back in business. I'm not sure what happened then. This is the beauty of working electronically. Right. Well, Word has decided to freeze. Well, I'm sure I can muddle through. So yeah, the description of the development, I think it's been through a few iterations, but I think the final version that the parties have settled on is as follows. A residential development of up to 650 units, inclusive of a new community hub, landscaping measures and green infrastructure with all matters reserved except for access at land east of Scocles Road, Minster on Sea. Now I've been particularly... Well, I wouldn't say I've had sleepless nights over it, but the pronunciation of the road, is it Scocles? Scocles. Okay. Well, I'm apologies. If I get that wrong in future, please remind me. And if I also fumble any other names, be it people's names, place names, please don't suffer in silence. I'd rather you let me know, please. I'd be most grateful. In terms of just making sure that things are audible, firstly, can you hear me throughout the room? Okay, I'm getting nods, so that's positive. If at any time anybody's struggling, please let me know. Just raise your hand, and I'm sure there's something can be done about it. The audibility seems to be good so far. I can hear myself back, and it's obviously a council chamber, so it's set up for this sort of event, which all bodes well. Just to help us maintain audibility, can everybody just take a moment to double check you've muted your mobile phones and other portable devices? Even notifications can be a bit distracting, that kind of pinging and whatnot. So if you could have a good stab at making sure you're not the one who causes it to go off. There does tend to be one, but try your best to make sure it's not you. I think I've spoke to one of the council members, facilities members of staff earlier regarding whether or not there are any emergency events planned for today. There aren't, so if the fire alarm or any other alarm goes off, it's the real thing, as I understand it. So I've been advised that the best thing to do is to go through the doors to my left, to most people's right, probably the door most people came through, and down the main stairs. Obviously the lifts will be out of action, and will be directed at the bottom. We'll either be directed to the front of the building or the rear, but will be intercepted and directed away. There was a scare with the lifts. I'm told that they weren't working yesterday, but they're working. Well, at least one's working today. Is that? They're holding up. Okay. All right. That's positive. If anybody does have any sort of access or accessibility issues, again, please just let me know, and I'm sure something can be done about that. But hopefully the lift will continue to hold up. The part will be found. Okay. In terms of what is in store for us, and what the format of a hearing is, essentially it's a structured discussion which I'll lead. Think of it as a meeting that I'll be the chairman of, essentially. It'll be based on an agreed agenda. The purpose is to enable everybody to put forward their points of view and to help me get the information I need to make my decision. There'll be no formal presentation of cases or cross-examination, and I've previously circulated an agenda. Hopefully everybody's got a copy. I brought some paper copies along, which are sort of dotted around the room. There's more spares I can see to my right, most people's left. So if you don't have a copy, feel free to grab yourselves one. But it looks like the ones that I circulated on this side have gone, so hopefully everybody's got sight of one. Yeah, I mean, before we get into the substantive part of the agenda, there's a few things I need to run through, some of which will actually go to the first two items on the agenda, and I'll come back to those or flag them once we get onto the agenda proper. But first, appearances. I need to take a note of anybody who wishes to speak and what their interests are. We'll start with the appellants at first. I've been given a list of people, but it may be helpful for some introductions so that everybody in the room knows who's who.
Good morning, Inspector.
Good morning.
I don't know whether I'm on your list or not. My name is Zach Simons KC, ZACK SIMONS KC. I'm a barrister acting on behalf of the appellant, and hopefully there's a few of us, and because it's a hearing rather than inquiry, I'll ask them to introduce themselves in turn, both on my row and then on the row behind me as well.
Good morning, sir. My name's Mark Murphy from MLN Land and Properties.
Richard Walters from Broadgrove Planning and Development.
Okay, and you're dealing with planning considerations, is that correct?
Yes,
okay,
that's correct.
That's the note I've...
Sorry. Jim Budd from SCP Transport, Highways.
You?
George Cupp from Meeting Place, which is a consultancy for community engagement.
No, I don't have your name on my little list, so I'm going to... Is it Jim Budd? Excuse me.
That's me.
Yo, excuse me, so I've got you. Sorry, you are, sir? Sorry.
George Cupp.
George Gupp. No, I didn't have you. Gupp, G-U-P-P?
K-U-P.
Oh, K-U-P. Cup, excuse me. Okay, and you did tell me, I'm just a bit slow with my pen.
Meeting Place.
Okay, thank you. And you, sir, please.
James Morton from Aspect Landscape Planning. I'm a landscape architect.
Great, I do have your details, that's helpful. Okay, does that complete the appellant's team?
It does, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now for the District Council.
Simon Greenwood, Principal Planning Consultant, Swale Borough Council.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood. And now for the Parish Council, please.
Councillor Tom Nundy. I'm the Chair of Planning at Minster-on-Sea Parish Council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I've got a note of two other people accompanying you. Is the plan for either of them to speak? I mean, they can. But
I believe that Councillor Jays, who sat on my right, is the Chairman of Minster-on-Sea Parish Council. I believe that he will be presenting evidence.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much. Certainly, if when the time comes, but everybody will have an opportunity to speak if they wish to. Just if you feel that I'm kind of moving down the agenda too quickly, just put your hand up. Okay, those are the main parties. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay. Yes, you sir.
Yeah, my name's Councillor Mike Whiting. I'm one of the ward councillors for Queenborough and Halfway, which is an adjacent ward. I'm really here today just to listen in and observe. I've got a particular interest in the sustainability aspects, which I know is on the agenda, particularly walking and cycling. So if the time comes and you will allow it, I may like to chip in at that point. But
yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Absolutely. And anybody who wants to say anything, I mean, it does need to be structured. It's not a public meeting, but we can't have people sort of interrupting. But if you do want to say something, just raise your hand, and everybody will have an opportunity to say what they have to say.
So could I just add a name to your note? I'm aware of a councillor, because we're aware that she's wanting to come. It's Councillor Angela Harrison, and she is a member for Sheerness. And we're expecting her mid-morning, just so you know. Obviously she'll come when she comes, but I just want, just so you're aware, I think
helpful.
she's in the building, got meeting till about 11:30.
So is that Harrison rather than Harris?
Harrison, yeah, Harrison, Angela Harrison.
Okay, that's
Thank
helpful.
you.
Yes, Councillor, your hand's up as well.
Yeah, just to introduce, we also have our parish clerk, Lauren Crockford, with us as well.
Yeah.
I don't think that she will be presenting any evidence, but she might jump in at a couple of points, sir. Thank you.
That's fine. If you'd like to, please do. Like I said, it's an opportunity for everybody to have their say if they'd like to. Okay. All right. We'll move on down the my list of things to say. I'm afraid there are a few things I have to say, which take a little bit of time, but we'll soon get through them. In terms of format, obviously we've got people in the room, but I'm led to believe we're also being live streamed on YouTube. Have I got that right, Mr. Greenwood? Yeah. Okay. That's fine as far as I'm concerned. On that basis, I'm not anticipating anybody will be wanting to record the event in any way, but if anybody would like to record the event, could you let me know now, please? No? Okay, that's helpful. Just conscious that a lady just come in. Sorry, I'm embarrass you now. I hope I'm not embarrassing you. I was just a moment ago, I asked whether anybody wants to say anything today, which is absolutely fine. But equally, if you just want to sit and observe, that's equally fine. But did you come with the intention of speaking? No. Okay. Well, if you change your mind as we proceed, just let me know. Put your hand up. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. In terms of publicity of the appeal, my understanding is the council's done the necessary notifications of the appeal by letter and other notifications, and that all relevant parties have been notified. So is that correct, Mr. Greenwood?
Yes, the list of all the parties notified before
Okay.
the appeal questionnaire.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, in terms of representations that have come in, these are the written representations, I should say. I've been provided with copies of all of the comments made to the council in relation, but both to the planning application. So that's at the planning application stage. I've got all of those. I've read them all, and obviously I've got the material that's come in with the appeal as well. Again, I've got those and read them, and I'll take all of those into account in reaching my decision. I'll be doing a site visit at some point, and I'll come back to the detail of that in a moment. But I took the opportunity, because I was here yesterday afternoon. I took the opportunity of having a look. I didn't enter the site, but I looked at the site from nearby and I had a wander around, and just to give you a feel for what I have seen, I drove along Scocles Road and Lower Road on the sections that really don't have a footpath as far as I could make out. I might be wrong about Lower Road. I walked along Scocles Road between Queen Anne Close, at the sort of southern end, up to Elm Lane. From Elm Lane, I walked to the north of the site as far as the public footpath that runs to the east of the site. I then went south from there along that public footpath, and I would estimate I went 2/3 of the way along it, and then came back and sort of retraced my steps. I also walked, just to get a feel of the residential area to the west, I walked along a public footpath that runs sort of off Queen Anne Close and sort of looped around to the west and via Thistle Hill Way back to the roundabout with Scocles Road. So I've got a feel for the area, but I will be going back and doing a formal site visit at some point, be that this afternoon or tomorrow. We'll see how we get on. I mean, it was helpful, particularly in terms of understanding the issues around the first main issue, which we'll come to in a moment, concerning the character and appearance of the area. At this stage, my inclination is that I don't need to be accompanied on the formal site visit. Go on, Mr. Simons.
We
do
were
you have
going to anticipate that, and we agree. I mean, obviously, if you'd like to be, we will. But from our sort of side of it, we don't think there's a need to be. Obviously, you've already made a pretty thorough start, actually. We need to get onto the site. But our sense is, unless we'll see what happens today, you can obviously review that, sir. But we're perfectly happy for you to do it unaccompanied if that works for you.
Okay. Well, I'll leave the thought with you. If anybody, please take it away, because I know I've just sort of dropped this now. Please take it away, and if you've got any concerns about that. The reason I prefer to be unaccompanied is that I can just concentrate on doing what I need to see, rather than worrying about if anybody's getting left behind. You know, with the roads, there are obviously some sort of safety issues that I don't really want to just concentrate on making sure I'm safe and not concentrating on everybody else. So it helps me, I found, but it will only work if you tell me what you want me to look at. So if at some point during one of the adjournments, the parties can just get together and say, well, and put together a list of things that over and above what I've already looked at, that you want me to look at, and that might be in the vicinity of the site, it might be on the site, and it might be further afield if you want, I don't know, me to look at local facilities and that kind of thing. I'm very happy to do that. So please don't stand on ceremony. Make your list, feed it in, and I will look at everything you ask me to. Okay, we'll move on my list of things to say. Conditions and planning obligations is my next heading. And we will need to have a discussion about what planning conditions might be appropriate were I to allow the appeal. I'd stress that this is standard procedure. It doesn't indicate that I've made taken any view on the appeal, and it won't affect any party's position if they contribute to that discussion. So if you're opposed to the appeal, just because you're engaging with the conditions doesn't mean your position is diluted in any way. I will understand that you still oppose the scheme. Now, I've been provided with a suite of conditions which I understand are agreed between the council and the appellant. They're within a document called the Statement of Common Ground, dated the 5th of February this year. 52 conditions, so they took a while for me to read through, and it will take us a little while to work through them when we come to them, hopefully later today. Can I just double check, Parish Council, have you seen those? Are you aware of them?
I'm just looking on the planning portal now, hopefully they're there. Okay, well, if you're struggling, I'm sure Mr. Green will be able to help you during one of the adjournments. So certainly, I don't know, I've not looked at the Council's portal. Are all the appeal documents published on your portal, Mr. Greenwood?
I've just found it on the planning portal, so if it's in there, then I've got them. Thank you.
That's fantastic.
So they're also in the committee reports. I think they were agreed conditions at that point. As well. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think was the one about piling that was added. I can't remember. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, certainly the set I'm working to are the ones in the Statement of Common Ground. So if you found those, Councillor, that's we'll be all on the same page, so to speak. Okay. So those are the conditions. In terms of the legal agreement, this is Section 106 agreement. There is one. The intention is for one to come in. I've seen, I think, at least 2 iterations, the most recent of which landed via email with me via the case officer in Bristol today. I've not really had much opportunity to look at that. The previous iteration, I think, was produced on the 6th of May. Does anybody know if there's much difference between the two?
Most of it's the same. We were reacting to Kent's final comments,
Right.
which have now been incorporated. The key obligations are the same. So it may be, and we'll see where we get to. It may be that we're able, either through maybe if we took even an early lunch break or something like that. I don't know if that would give you 20 minutes to just do a quick.
Well, it'd be helpful, to go through it, just to understand the differences. That said, I mean, if
it is all obviously agreed, but that's not the point. You still need to.
So all of the obligations to the borough council are unchanged. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
From the 6th of May version.
Yeah.
It's just the County Council, Kent County Council, that's evolved.
And there's maybe a couple of tweaks on the affordable housing.
From the housing officer.
Yeah.
Okay.
The obligations and everything remain.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's helpful. I mean, if there's a version which shows what's changed, that'd be great. But if there isn't, I don't want to create work for people. I'm sure I can figure it out.
We'll give that a go. That should be doable.
All right.
You would have thought. Maybe.
Okay.
We'll come back to you, sir.
Okay. In terms of the logistics around the legal agreement, I think the situation is that the County Council, all three parties to it, that's to say, well, you've got the owners and you've got the appellant side, then you've got the Borough Council and you've got the County Council. All parties are now happy, and it's just a case of it going round the various interests for it to be signed and engrossed and so forth.
Correct. I mean, we'd normally ask for 14 days after the close of today. I don't know if there's any particular sort of sealing days that.
It's usually a Friday.
Usually a Friday. That's for Swale.
It's not always every Friday. So
And I think Kent is Wednesday for sealing. So is the logistics.
Sorry to disturb you. It's being broadcast, so we need everyone to be using their mics.
Okay, this lady has kindly reminded me that because we are broadcasting it online, if your mic isn't on, you're not going to be heard. So if I'm not quite sure how the system here works.
I am, because I spend most of my life in this room at the moment. How it works is that if a third microphone, I think it's a third, or either third or fourth, comes on, then the first one to have switched itself on in the sequence turns itself off again. Okay. So we just need to keep our eyes on the red light. And
all right. Well, I've been remiss, and it's been helpful to be reminded. So if you're not talking, please turn your mic off, and if you are, please turn it on. And if I'm probably going to be the worst culprit at turning not so much turning it off, but turning it on again. So if I could be reminded, that would be very helpful. And apologies to anybody who's following online or struggling to follow online. We'll up our game. So where were we? We were talking about the legal agreement and getting that completed. And yes, I've been reminded that local authorities, county and borough, do tend to have signing days. Could you take this offline and come back to me with a suggested timetable for getting the legal agreement in?
Yes, I say 14 days would be the norm. But if it's tricky, then perhaps what we might do is ask you for 21 or something like that, just to make sure that Swale and Kent won't be prejudicing their ability to sort it out. But yeah, we will come back to you.
Okay, well, we'll start with 14 and see where we get. Okay, that's helpful. We'll return to conditions in 106 later on, because it's an item on the agenda, or yes, it is an item on the agenda. The next thing on my list is costs. I'm aware that an application for an award of costs by the appellant against the council was submitted with the appeal. Does the appellant intend to pursue the application for an award of costs against the council?
No. No, I should say no, not at the moment. I mean, on the way things stand at the moment, no. Okay. You never know what happens over the course of the day, but no, we're not expecting to. Thank you.
Okay, well, I understand that things can change as they have here, but thank you for clarifying that. Any other party? I'm not inviting any applications for awards of costs, but any other party intend to make an application for award of costs at this stage? No? Okay, that's helpful. I'll come back to it at the end of proceedings because, of course, things can change over the coming hours, and hopefully they won't, but there is that contingency. Okay, next thing on my list of excuse me, things to say, the main issues, as I saw them based on where we are with things. I mean, it's probably worth at this stage pausing to remind ourselves of where the parties stand. Obviously, the appellant has applied for planning permission and would like planning permission. The council's position now is set out in the statement of common ground, but in short, although it didn't determine the planning application and now is no longer in a position to determine it because the appeal's been made, had it been in a position to do so, it would have granted planning permission. Is that a fair summary, Mr. Greenwood?
Yes, that's
okay.
Fair summary, sir.
So the council is not objecting to the application and would have granted it planning permission. Clearly, there's still local opposition to it, local residents and particularly the parish council. So that's understood. So these main issues are really informed by the remaining objections, principally those from the parish council. So I've circulated them previously. I'm mindful that not everybody will have seen those, so I'll just take a moment to read them out so everybody understands what they are. And I think they are on the agenda. Yes, they are. They're on the agenda. So the first one is the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area, including with regard to a countryside gap between East Minster and East Church. Secondly, its effect on biodiversity. Thirdly, its effect on highway safety and congestion. Next, whether there would be sufficient suitable infrastructure and services to support the proposed development, including medical facilities and sustainable modes of transport. And then finally, whether there are any other considerations, including housing delivery, that might outweigh any harm arising from the proposed development. And within that, obviously, we'll pick up other harm that might be suggested or come to light. Of course, I'll also take into account all the things that local residents and other wider interests have put in through their evidence and submissions. I've read the written statements and submissions, including those of the parish council. So there's no need for anybody to repeat material, but I may ask the parties to summarise their cases in respect to some aspects, particularly the main issues. In terms of the evidence, apart from the legal agreement that we've talked about, I think I've got everything. I'm not expecting anything else to come in. Does anybody have anything they think should come in?
If I could come in at this point. We received correspondence late yesterday from the resident of Scocles farm opposite the site. They were notified of the application and they were notified of the appeal, but they advised that they only just, the application and appeal had only just come to their attention, and they had said they wanted to attend today but are unable to. We've written to them and they've asked how they can make representations, so we've written to them today and suggested that if they can email something in today, hopefully you'll be happy to accept and consider that, but we haven't heard anything back from them.
Okay, well, had they been able to attend, I would have allowed them to speak, and I imagine whatever might come in would probably look like whatever they wanted to say. I suppose it kind of depends slightly on its nature and its size, its volume. But if it's a kind of conventional representation raising concerns, I don't anticipate that being an issue. But obviously the appellant will have to be given opportunity to A, see it, and B, respond to it if that's considered necessary.
Thank you very much. No, quite right, and I very much doubt there'll be any objection whatsoever to you receiving it, and maybe there won't be anything specific extra to respond to, but we'll come back to you.
Okay, let's keep an eye on that, Mr. Greenwood. If you can keep me updated on that, please, that would be appreciated. So that's the residents of Scocles Farm. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll move on to the next thing on my list. Plans. This one had me scratching my head a bit, to tell you the truth. I think there are a lot of drawings in front of me, but I think there are only 3 actual proposal drawings within the site. And let's see whether that's the case. Well, one isn't actually a proposal drawing, but it's a pertinent drawing to the outline. That's the location plan, and the reference for that I've got is BG SRM LP 01 Rev A. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Do you want me to run that past you again?
Okay. That's location plan.
All right. Well, if anybody's got any concerns about that or wants to double check, please do and feed it back. The other 2 are the proposal drawings for the 2 points of access to the site. I know there are other drawings, but I think they're either sort of indicative or parameters or such, or they concern works off-site. So that's the premise on which I'm saying there are 3 drawings. The first is there are the 2 access drawings. Now, slightly, confusingly to me at least, I think the intention was for these to be referenced 03/001 and 03/002 because they're referred to as such in the TA transport assessment, but they're not labelled as such. They've both got the same number. It's 001 and 001. Now that's what I think. They're referred to in Annex E of the TA, April 2022.
Very much. Okay, we'll come back to you on.
Yeah, I think that might just go to a few things. I don't think it's particularly problematic that they've got the same reference because they've got quite distinct descriptions. One is proposed access strategy, access road onto Scocles Road, 35-metre ICL roundabout, and the other is it's got the same prefix, and then onto the A2500. 40-metre ICD roundabout. But I think the conditions refer to them as being 001 and 002, and like I said, the referencing on the plans themselves, or certainly the plans that I've seen, just say 001 and 001. They're kind of the third leg of these drawings, if I can call it that, of the off-site roundabout works, and I think that though that's numbered correctly, I think that's 003, so I'm kind of trying to join dots here, and it would have been helpful if I'd flagged this bit prior to now.
No, that is helpful, sir. Thank you, and we'll confirm. I think
if you can, because obviously the numbers need to be right.
Just looking at the committee report, it was 03001 and 03002, so I don't know if that was error on the statement of common ground, maybe.
Yeah, it's the drawings themselves. It's in the bottom right-hand corner of the versions I've found, and it's certainly what's in the TA. It's in the drawings which I think have come from that TA, the original TA, which is the and the Appendix E. But there might be later versions that I've not found.
We'll double check. That's exactly the scenario.
Okay. All right. Well, if you can join one of the adjournments, just get your heads together and make sure we're all on the same page and whatnot. As I said, I don't think it matters, because the descriptions are different and we can differentiate them via the descriptions. But what I don't want to do is, if it comes to it, be referring to a reference which is 02 when it's 01. Okay, well, I'll leave that there. There are other drawings. There's a parameters drawing which is BG SRM PCP/1. Again, and then there's an illustrative master plan BG SRM PIP/01. And I think that the latter is sometimes referred to as, rather than PIP, is PP. So I think we need to keep an eye on that as well in some of the correspondence. The other thing that I think we need to keep an eye on is which version of those drawings is the relevant one, because certainly the parameters plan, I think there's at least a revision C. There might even be a D. And that's not reflected in the conditions, which might be right. There's no revision number, so I think there needs to be a common understanding of which one. As I say, it's not, these are not actually application drawings as such, because they go to reserved matters, but they may inform how those reserved matters come forward. So it's if they're going to be referred to in conditions, it needs to be the right one. And similar with the illustrative master plan, I think we're up to revision A, whereas the condition, I think it's condition 5, doesn't have a revision version. So again, during an adjournment, parties can get their heads together and make sure we're talking about the right thing, and we're all talking about the right thing. Okay, I'll leave you with that to collectively.
We've got a bit of homework to do this morning. That's very good. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. The next thing I wanted to flag was timings. We've got the luxury of potentially 2 days. I'm very hopeful we won't need 2 days, but we do have that. The weather's very good as well, so for the site visit and light and all of that shouldn't be an issue. So I'm hopeful. We're not going to rush, but I'm hopeful we'll be able to get through everything today. But time will tell. In terms of sort of breaking the day down, I'll be taking an adjournment sort of mid to late morning, perhaps at 11:30. Then look to have lunch maybe around 1 o'clock. And we'll see how long we take, depending on what we all need to do. But for the time being, perhaps 50 minutes or so. But we might need a full hour if there's a bit to read. And then in the afternoon, if we're still going by that stage, I'll have another adjournment, sort of mid-afternoon, maybe 3:30, something like that. And we won't sit any later than 5. But like I said, I'm hopeful we won't need to sit that late anyway. And if needs be, and we do need to resume tomorrow, it will be here, and I would suggest at 9:30. But I'll revisit that if we need to resume tomorrow. Of course, I'll keep all of those under review as we progress and endeavour to be pragmatic and take suitable breaks where in the agenda. Okay. Before we sort of move on to the agenda, are there any procedural things that anybody's confused about, or hopefully we've got a general understanding of what's going on and what everybody's going to be doing. So I'm not getting
nothing on our side. So
okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm not getting any quizzical looks from the left-hand side rear either. So okay. So let's have a look at the agenda in earnest then. Just to say a word about it, I don't want it to be a straitjacket. It's not intended to constrain things, but equally, if we do stick to it, I think it'll lend structure and order to what we're trying to do. If you feel I'm moving on too quickly, do, as I've said before, just let me know. Just put your hand up. I don't want anybody to leave the room today thinking they've not had their say. So if there is something on your mind and you do want to say it, just put your hand up. It's important to me that I do hear what everybody has to say. think that's all I wanted to say about that. Okay, let's have a look at the agenda. I mean, introductions, I think we've probably already covered. We've also covered some of the matters I wanted to cover under item 2, which is preliminary matters. I mean, I've got a bullet point procedural update. Essentially, the appeal initially was going to be held via a public inquiry, and after a bit of exchange between the parties, including the parish council, I concluded that a hearing would be a better format, just because I just didn't think we needed all the time and that sort of process to deal with the evidence. But I also thought it was important that particularly the parish council had a voice, because you'd expressly indicated you wanted to make submissions at an oral event. So that's why we're here, and that's why we're having a hearing. And I'm glad you've all been able to make it and facilitate it, particularly the council for putting us up in such good facilities. We've already touched on the matters agreed between the council and the appellant, so I don't think there's any need to dwell on that. They are set out in the statement of common ground. If anybody wants to look those up, they are available on the council's website we've established. I didn't really have any other procedural points, I don't think, but let me just double check my other note. Bear with me, please. Okay. No, we've covered everything already. That's good. Item 3 then, the development plan policies. Now, let me switch back to my other note. Here we go. Yeah, as I understand it, the local plan and the policies that are most pertinent to the determination of the appeal are within the local plan. It's known as Bearing Fruits 2031, Swale Borough Local Plan, adopted July 2017. I think, and I just want to test the water with everybody, as far as the first main issue is concerned, that's to do with the character and appearance and so forth. The most relevant policies are ST6, and that's described as the Isle of Sheppey area strategy, and BM24 conserve
DM, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, well, it might have been me fumbling it, but it is DM24, conserving and enhancing valued landscapes. Are there any other policies that anybody particularly wants to draw to my attention, think are relevant?
That are relevant to the gap. To the first issue.
Yeah, insofar as the first main issue is, that's to say, character and appearance, including the countryside gap.
Yeah, that's probably it.
And I've also, just to reassure everybody, particularly parish council, I'm also mindful of policy ST3.
Yeah.
That's the Swale settlement strategy. Yeah. And I've got an open mind on that, whether that's really about character and appearance. It's certainly relevant to my determination, that's for sure. But I think it might have more to do with the fifth main issue. That's to do with other considerations, because I don't want to get into it, but I mean, can you? Mr. Simons, can you remind me the appellant's position on ST3? Do you accept there's a policy conflict there?
Oh, that's a good question. I think there has to be a policy conflict with it.
Yeah.
But so as a matter of principle, we have to, because we're on the wrong side of the line, as it were.
Yeah.
We accept, I think, that the fifth bullet of it is it's of relevance on the face of it to the question of landscape character. So it's not irrelevant, but does it add? I mean, this is it doesn't add anything analytically to what you're being asked to consider under DM24 anyway. It's a sort of more general and generic kind of reference to landscape character, something that's relevant to the spatial strategy. Just
Okay.
on your list of relevant policies, this is a bit of an odd one. But it's not relevant, but it's not relevant in a way that is worth noting, if you like, is DM25. Because although it's DM25 is the one that designates around in a number of places, including on the Isle of Sheppey, a number of things that are referred to as important local countryside gaps. And as we can sort of get into later, a lot of sort of analysis and work goes into them, and they're protected areas within Swale that don't exist, everywhere else. It's a product of this local plan, and so we will, I think, be referring to them under the first of your main issues. Obviously, we're not in one, but that's the point.
Okay, well, I think I understand the point, but let's not get into the point, because we're just all I want to do is try and scope the thing in terms of what the relevant policies are. But we'll come back to that. I've added it to my list. I think I've added ST3 to policies pertinent to the first main issue as well. Are there any other policies that anybody thinks are relevant to that?
I think those are it, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Just for that for the first main issue.
Yeah, I'm talking about the first main issue now, not the rest. So.
Did you mention CP4, sir?
I didn't. Not for the first one, but
just note that I referenced it in the character and appearance section of the committee reports.
It's a bit more perhaps of a design policy, I wonder. So CP4 is on page 98 of the local plan, and it's a policy requiring high quality design. As part 6 of it does talk about conserving and enhancing the landscape by doing a number of things, but most of the things that it's doing are most of the means through which it's asking you to preserve the landscape, as it were, relate to matters of detailed design rather than overall character and appearance. So I'm not saying completely irrelevant, but for an outline scheme of this nature, I suspect it's not going to help us too much one way or the other.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair, but just...
Okay, well, I shall include it in the mix. Yes, Councillor, you've been very patient. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd also like to take into account policy DM14, particularly for the opening part where we're talking about the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area. DM14, paragraph 6 says, conserve and enhance the natural and or built environments, taking into account the desirability of sustaining and enhancing the significance of heritage assets. When I speak later on this item, I will talk very, very eloquently about the heritage of the Isle of Sheppey, in particular the historical significance of Minster and East Church as well, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful, Councillor. All right, I think that's probably deals with main issue 1. Second main issue, biodiversity. Again, I've got 2 policies from a local plan that I'm particularly mindful of. The first is CP7, conserving and enhancing the natural environment, providing the green infrastructure. And the second is DM28, biodiversity and geological conservation. Are there any other local plan policies that anybody thinks should be on my radar in respect to biodiversity?
So the policy ST6, the Isle of Sheppey area strategy, seeks net gains to biodiversity and natural and semi-natural green space. So it does touch a little on ecology and biodiversity.
So what was the reference again? Excuse me.
ST6.
And it's part 10 of that policy. It's ST6, subparagraph 10.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor.
CP2 and CP4 as well for biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll come to other people's opinion on those when we deal with it. I just want to kind of scope the thing at the moment, so that's helpful. Any others for that main issue, biodiversity? Okay, good. We'll move on to the third main issue, which is highway safety and congestion. Again, I've got two local plan policies. First is ST6, the Isle of Sheppey Area Strategy, and the second is DM6, Managing Transport Demand and Impact. Any more beyond that? Yeah, Councillor?
CP2 again, sir.
CP2. Thank you. No, nothing more than that. Penultimately, the main issue concerning infrastructure services and so on, including medical facilities and sustainable modes of transport. I couldn't find anybody expressly suggesting that there were any conflicts or specific references. So I came up a bit short here. Can anybody direct me to particular policies for?
Probably, obviously, I'm sure. As you're saying, for the Rule 6 party, yeah.
I'll go to councillor, and then well, too many councillors. Parish councillor. Sorry, I'm dreadful with names. Councillor Nundy.
Thank you,
then we'll
sir.
come to borough councillor, Mr. Whiting.
I think in terms of infrastructure, I think the policies that need to be looked at are ST6 and CP6, but there could be more.
Well, when we get to that main issue, if anything else kind of comes out, and what I'll do is now turn to Borough Councillor Whiting.
Thank you, sir. I think there are two things from the sustainable modes of transport point of view. The Kent County Council has recently adopted its Kent Transport Plan 5, which makes reference to what is called the Sheppey Light Railway Greenway on the Isle of Sheppey, which is a walking and cycling route. And there is also an emerging policy for Swale Council for its walking and cycling policy, which is expected to go to committee in September this year.
Now, I'm looking now at you, Mr. Greenwood. Do you know whether those documents have come in with the questionnaire?
No, sir, I don't.
No. Are they on your radar?
They're on our radar. I know about both of them, but as to what will be said by anyone about them that's relevant to today, I don't. I'm happy to wait and see and deal with them as we can certainly have relevant extracts of, for example, the Kent Transport Plan printed. There's no problem with doing that. Obviously, neither of them represent development plan policy for you to actually apply, but I mean, that's, but you can give it as much weight as you see fit. So perhaps we could put a pin in them, and when we get to the infrastructure session, if there are particular policies that are actually being relied on that you want copies of, we could perhaps the council might be able to print them.
Okay, that's we can keep an eye on that. But is it your understanding, Mr. Greenwood, that well, one's obviously an emerging document yet to be adopted. The other is adopted, but doesn't form part of a development plan, but just by its nature.
Yes, that's my understanding, sir.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, we'll move on to the last of the main issues. I've already alluded to ST3. Ordinarily, all the other main issues would have the relevant policies that we've touched on anyway. I just thought ST3 was particularly relevant because there is on the face of it, just a matter of fact policy conflict, which you've confirmed, Mr. Simon. So I don't think that's controversial. There's just a conflict there, and that will go into the planning balance, which will be part of this fifth main issue. So I'm not really anticipating any of the policies to be relevant here. But if anybody thinks anything else is, please let me know. Not seeing anybody waving their arms around, so we'll leave that. So I think that's the development plan policies, item 3 covered, and we can start to get our teeth into the stuff you really want to get on with, and to talk about what you think about the development. So we've got there. Thank you for your patience, everyone. So the first one, the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area. I think this is a difficult one. On the one hand, it's not difficult in terms of dealing with it. It's just quite striking the balance between people telling me what they think about something and, you know, actually experiencing it oneself and seeing it oneself. That's what it really comes down to. So I think that this is primarily going to be about what I see. So it's particularly important, if you do want me to see it from particular locations, for you to tell me. But nonetheless, so I'm not anticipating spending a lot of time on this in this room, because you've already told me what you think about it, and I've got the information in front of me. But equally, I don't want to deny people an opportunity to say something. The gentleman at the back, you've got your hand up. Gary Hodges,
if you're doing a site visit, you're more than welcome to park at my property. I own Scocles Manor.
Oh, that's kind.
Your view from there.
Okay, that's very kind. Would you like me to see it from your property?
Ideally, that'd be great. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And is it from? Would you like me to go inside, or do you just want to see it from the front? I'm just.
Perhaps put it down to you.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
perspective.
yeah.
From viewing across the fields.
Now, for the benefit of people following online, unfortunately, the gentleman who's speaking isn't close to a microphone, but it's a practical point about the site visit. So, and me getting access and looking at the site from a particular property. So you're not missing anything, if I can put it that way. That's something. I think I will take you up on your offer. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. Is it Gary Hodges? Oh, I don't want to keep you prisoner here, Mr. Hodges. Are you planning to be here all day? Okay. I'm just not sure when we're going to finish and when I'm going to do the site visits. That's my difficulty. Okay. Could just say that there's a line of communication. I can't communicate directly with you outside of this forum. But if you could leave your contact details with the council, and then I can make arrangements to see it from your property. I don't think this will affect whether I do the site visit on an unaccompanied basis, because this is akin to an access required site visit, and it would just so long as you understand, Mr. Hodges, I won't be able to discuss the case. By that stage I'll have adjourned the hearing. It would purely be for me to see the property, and I'm sure you'd respect that. So, okay. Yeah, on that basis, I'd be very happy to view it from your property. Thank you. And we'll deal with the exact timings outside of the hearing, hopefully. Okay. Thank you. Right. So, first main issue. It's probably worth hearing from the appellant. I mean, if you can give me a sort of a summary of your position on this and how you've approached it. It's just not only for my benefit, for anybody who's watching online and perhaps not familiar with the background. This is where I need to check my notes. Who's going to be talking? It's Mr. Morton.
Good morning, sir.
Hello again, Mr. Morton. You fire away.
Okay. I think I'll start with discussing the site itself and the susceptibility of the site, which was assessed within the LVA as being low, sir. And this is primarily by virtue of its strong settlement edge character.
Can I just check? Everybody can hear Mr. Morton. Yeah. Do you mind moving the mic just a bit closer to you? Hopefully that'll do the trick.
I'll start again. So the landscape susceptibility of the appeal site, sir, was assessed within the LVA as being of low susceptibility. This is primarily by virtue of the site's strong settlement edge character. And you'll note, sir, that development fronts directly onto the appeal site's western boundary from Scocles Lane, and further north, just beyond within the immediate setting of the site, beyond Elm Lane as well, sir. So there is a strong perceived sort of settlement edge character. And allied to this, sir, there is a degree of separation from the wider landscape setting. And that is by virtue of topography. You'll note, sir, that to the west, when you're on site, there is an elevated ridge line. So around the setting of Shrubsoles Hill and the Mounts, there is a distinct elevated ridge which provides some containment to the east. And then further to that, we have robust intervening vegetation structure established on our eastern boundary, and also on the Lower Road, our southern boundary, which provides further containment of the site from the wider and localised landscape setting. One of the key characteristics of LCA 13, which the site is within, that is the central Sheppey farmlands, it refers to one of the key characteristics being an insensitive modern residential development, being poorly integrated and intrusive and generally having an urbanising effect. And I think that applies to a degree in this situation. There's quite a hard development edge along our western boundary from Scocles Road, and there is, a sort of mixed condition in terms of our boundary vegetation. So there is quite a degree of permeability and intervisibility between our site and the residents on Scocles Road. So with that in mind, it seems to me that the appeal sites, there is good opportunity here to integrate a high quality development that would respond to its settlement edge context and would further enhance those key characteristics on our boundaries. Just moving on to the assessment of landscape value, just very briefly, sir. Within the LVA, this was assessed as being of medium landscape value. In terms of scenic quality, this was assessed as being medium. So it is acknowledged that there is some intervisibility with the localised and wider landscape setting. That's primarily by virtue of its topography. So there is a sloping topography from north to south, which allows for some intervisibility towards the Swale marshland to the south. And there's some visual permeability within the localised landscape setting as well. However, the site is always perceived within the context of the settlement edge of Minster, which is distinctly prominent on the skyline. In reflective views towards Minster Abbey, it's because this is a minor component on the skyline, sir. It is not visually prominent and is well contained by intervening built form. And with regards to the views from the south, there is a limited opportunity in terms of accessible routes and public rights of way from which you can appreciate the appeal site from that setting just north of the Swale marshes. So there's limited opportunities for views towards the appeal site, and again, the site is always perceived within the context of the surrounding settlement edge. In terms of landscape quality and condition, when considering value, this was considered to be low, which reflects the assessment for LCA 13, which refers to it as having a poor condition and moderate sensitivity overall. The 2018 landscape designation review by LUC notes that the area within which the site is located is not especially distinct or of a high quality landscape and does not form a cohesive area or physical entity. So it's clear from my observation that the site, although there is some integration with the wider landscape, it's not above an ordinary landscape. There are no special qualities associated with it. It comprises an area of typical arable farmland that is synonymous with the wider area, but there's nothing distinct about it that would elevate it above an ordinary landscape. In terms of the perceptual aspects, again, this was recorded as being low. The site lacks a sort of general remoteness and tranquility that you would associate with a truly rural setting, sir. So you obviously have the adjacent A road along Lower Road, and you have the surrounding context of the settlement, as I've already mentioned. So overall, in terms of the landscape value of the site, again, we recorded that as being medium, and the overall sort of sensitivity of the site as media setting is recorded as being medium-low, with clear opportunities to integrate a sensitively and high-quality development. So the wider landscape was assessed as being a medium. So that's the baseline context. I don't know if you want me to go further, or whether that's a good opportunity to... Yeah.
That's fine as far as I'm concerned. Thank you. Okay. From the Council's point of view, I think it's your position set out in your committee report and in the Statement of Common Ground, so I'm expecting you to say anything, Mr Greenwood. Don't want to deprive you of the opportunity, though, so was there anything you wanted to say? I'm quite happy for you not to, if you don't think it's necessary.
Happy to refer you back to the contents of the relevant section in the committee reports.
Okay, that's helpful. So from the Parish Council's point of view then, Councillor Nundy, you don't have to say anything about character and appearance. You can just rely on what you've already submitted in writing, but if now's your opportunity to tell me what your thoughts are on behalf of the Parish Council, please.
Thank you, sir. So, Minster, I mean, on the agenda it says East Minster, which isn't a term that we would generally use on the island, but I accept that that's perhaps just to differentiate from the western from the western part of the village. It has its own character. It's a very separate location from East Church. They have their own history. Minster has a church that was built in 650, Minster Abbey. It's one of the very few religious buildings that had monks and nuns in it to actually survive the dissolution of the monasteries. It's the highest point on the island, and once would have had wonderful landscape views of the Swale Marshes, but that is slowly being destroyed by the cumulative effect of consistent development around the area, which there has already been a significant amount, sir. Charles Dickens, while staying on the island, actually wrote a passage in one of his books about the Isle of Sheppey. It wasn't called, it wasn't mentioned as necessarily being the island, but it's quite clear that that's what he was referring to. And I think that view now that he wrote about with the marshland would be very different now, sir. East Church is a completely separate place that has a 15th century church and Sherlands Hall, which, if you are interested, Henry VIII stayed there a few times. East Church is also the home of RAF, what was RAF East Church. It's a prison now, actually, and that was quite a pivotal site during the Battle of Britain. Both villages have their own parish council, their own church, their own primary schools, their own community, and it would be remiss to not consider the detrimental impact that this development will have on the countryside gap between the two locations, and keeping the two communities separate with their own identity, because on somewhere like Sheppey, actually, community identity is really important, and having that is a really important thing for residents on the island. So I do think that does need to be taken into consideration, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I'm intrigued. Do you remember which Dickens book it was? Sorry. Oh, Curiosity Shop. Okay, that's... Sorry, I It's not essential to my decision, but you piqued my interest. Not one I've read, I have to confess. Thank you. In terms of the concept of it, well, no, let's go back. Let's go back to the this term, Eastminster. It's, as far as you're concerned, it's not a thing. It's a matter of geography rather than a place.
I've never heard it referred to as Eastminster in the 12 years that I've lived on the island.
Would that main issue benefit from the capital E becoming a small e, just to indicate the eastern side of Minster rather than yeah, okay, that's fair enough.
It's relatively immaterial. I just thought it's just strange to see it written like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it came from. I mean, I've framed the main issues, but they don't come from nowhere. They've been informed by something I've seen. So whether or not it's just a typo or what, I don't know, but it makes sense to me based on what you've said that it just gets changed to it's Minster, and it's the eastern side of Minster essentially. Eastminster's not a place as such, I think. And if anybody has a different view, I'm sure you'll let me know. But I don't think we need to dwell on that. So that's helpful. Thank you for that. And the concept of a gap. Perhaps this comes back to the point you were coming to earlier, Mr. Simmons. Would you mind explaining?
So this is not all authorities do this, but obviously several do. In this borough, there's a long-standing position through both the existing and also, to be fair, more recent local plans to identify what are referred to as important local countryside gaps. Or I think I might have got that wrong, ICLGs, whatever that is, and that's policy in the current local plan, so that's policy DM25. And I suppose, as I've indicated earlier, slightly oddly, I'm referring you to that policy to note that it's not engaged, to note that it's irrelevant to your determination rather than that it's relevant. But I'm really telling you about it just so that it's not missed, because this is an area where the council, both in the past and also, it's worth noting, much more recently, so even this year, even earlier this year, have been considering where those gaps should be, and whether or not the existing gaps that are denoted in the local plan are worthy of being extended or tweaked or amended or anything like that. And I suppose the critical thing to take away from that review is firstly that the local plan itself identifies gaps, obviously, around Sittingbourne, where we are now, but also a large gaps identified on the Isle of Sheppey that comes up to the edge of Minster, but it doesn't have anything to do with our site at all, and the gap, the so-called gap within which our site falls, is not actually a gap that's recognised anywhere in existing policy. Not only that, though, I mean, that's the starting point, but the update is that earlier on this year, LUC, which is a consultancy instructed by the council to consider these gaps further as part of its ongoing sort of emerging plan-making exercise, which is still at a very early stage, if you like, but this is evidence base that will in due course feed into that process. They've reviewed all of the gaps existing and sort of proposed, and there isn't a proposal to amend any boundaries so as to incorporate land before you into any such gap. And that is a document that's very long. It's a comprehensive review based on all sorts of factors, not just landscape and visual, but also the maintenance of separate identities of settlement. So more of a spatial gap, almost like a quasi-green belt sort of policy. So it's not just landscape character that's relevant to the gaps, but landscape is part of it. It's also to do with the setting of settlements to prevent merging and all of that kind of thing. See if it helps the purposes of the gaps, which are set out at 7.7.34 in the explanatory text to the local plan. So that's the point, really, sir. There are lots of gaps around Swale which are identified. This isn't one of them, and that's not some sort of coincidence. The gaps have been identified assiduously and on the basis of a really extensive evidence base, both existing and indeed proposed through the emerging local plan, and we're just not in one.
Mr. Greenwood, notwithstanding what I said earlier about you probably not having a great deal to say in this section, what bearing in mind what you've just heard from Mr. Simons, is that your understanding in terms of the current policy position, which I think is probably just a matter of fact, but more particularly around the work that LUC has undertaken on behalf of the council? Are you able to give any confirmation of what was said or otherwise?
Yeah, I'm aware of a report that went up to our, I think, Policy and Transportation Strategy Committee in January, and no reason to dispute Mr. Simon's version of events, that this site wasn't included in a proposed gap following the LUC review.
Okay, so so far as the gap point goes, it's not an identified gap so far as the local plan is concerned, but nonetheless, I've heard what you've said, Councillor Nundy. So far as local people are concerned and identity, it's important, and notwithstanding the fact that other policy, this specific policy, that is DM25, doesn't expressly apply, the gap remains important so far as you're concerned and so far as local people are concerned, and that's where the other local plan policies come into play. So I understand that. That's helpful. On character and appearance, as I say, I think the key thing is for me to go out and look at it. And particularly bearing in mind what you said, Councillor Nundy, probably important for me to because I've sort of dipped into Minster, but for me to kind of get deeper into Minster and get a feel for it, and also I've not been to East Church yet, so I'll also go and have a look at East Church as part of my site visit. So if you can have a think about the things you think I ought to see when I go and look at them, that would be helpful, and if you can feed those in. But can I ask somebody to take responsibility? You've got your hand up. Okay, no, you've got your hand up. It's too late now. That's a volunteer, so far as I'm concerned. So yeah, perhaps it might be helpful if you could take a lead on coordinating and putting a list together, so that there's just one list for me to sort of shopping list of things. And if perhaps it depends on what the things that everybody asks me to look at are, but if it'd be even more helpful if that could be put into some sort of plan with a list attached to it. But I might be asking for the earth there. We'll see. Bearing in mind we've only got a few hours to play with, so that would be helpful. So if anybody does have anything they specifically want me to see, if you can feed it into Mr. Morton. Sorry, Mr. Morton, I'm dreadful with names. So Mr. Morton will coordinate that. That's helpful. You had your hand up. You wanted to say something else as well?
Yes, so if I may, just a brief point on the gap, or the suggested gap. The LUC review of the local countryside gaps provides quite a helpful definition or sort of description, really, of how you perceive gaps. So paragraph 1.5 of that report, that's the February 2025 LUC report, sir, it states that the sense of separation provided between settlements relates to the character of the gap as well as its size. Small gaps can be effective in maintaining settlement separation if they have a rural character and provide separation. This could be due to a distinct topography, the presence of vegetation which limits intervisibility between the settlements, or the gap containing a distinct landscape feature. So my interpretation of that, sir, is that to sort of maintain a perceived gap, there has to be a sort of retained rural character between the settlements, and there should be distinct features such as topography or robust landscape vegetation which provides visual separation and reduces the degree of indivisibility between those two settlements. It's not purely about a physical spatial gap as well. So on that first one, in terms of the rural character being retained between East Church and Minster, clearly the site, in my opinion, has a strong settlement edge character. which in my mind undermines its contribution to that rural gap by virtue of its inherent settlement edge character. And secondly, there is a highly limited degree of intervisibility between the appeal site and that of Eastchurch. As I mentioned earlier, so there is a distinct ridge line, roughly a midpoint between the two settlements, which significantly reduces intervisibility between the two. And we're also, as part of our landscape proposals, going to be reinforcing our boundary vegetation, which provide more sort of distinct and definitive landscape buffers between the two settings. So with those sort of considerations in mind, I think there will be no real material reduction in the sort of perceived or physical sense of separation between the two townscapes, the two settlements.
A couple of things from that. First, when I did my sort of little wander around yesterday and had a look at not just the site but its context, I saw what I think was a water tower on a high point. Can you picture the water tower, and what is that water tower on the ridge you were describing?
Sorry, say it again, sorry.
Yeah, when I was looking at the site yesterday, I spotted in the landscape what I think was a water tower, probably with telecommunications apparatus on it, if my eyesight wasn't failing me, which was on high ground, probably north, certainly to the east of the site, probably northeast of the site. Is that located on, I'm putting you on the spot, but is that, if you can picture it, on the ridge you were describing?
No, that's I believe within the settlement of Minster.
That's actually in the settlement.
I believe so. So the ridge is much further to the east of that. It's within a sort of middle point between the two settlements. So on an OS plan, if you see Scocles Hill and the Mount, that's that distinct and sort of defensible ridge line that I'm discussing, which the LUC definition of separation.
So what was the reference?
There's Scocles Hill.
Scocles Hill.
And the Mounts. They're two hills that sort of merge to form one cohesive sort of ridge line.
Yeah, I think it's just I've got two OS ordnance survey plans in front of me. I think the more detailed one, I think it's just been clipped off, but I can find that.
Sorry to interrupt you. So if you were to review my viewpoint location plan, appendices 2 of the LVA.
All right. I'll find it.
It's worth looking at those viewpoints 10 and 11, which are to the eastern, on the eastern side of that ridge line, and the lack of intervisibility towards the appeal site. Okay,
that's helpful. The other thing, you mentioned planting, which is obviously part of the intended to be part of the scheme put forward as mitigation by your client. I picked up through some of the representations made opposing the scheme that the new planting, I paraphrase, would be uncharacteristic of the area. What do you say to that?
It's worth having a look at the landscape strategy plan. On that plan, it's illustrative at this stage, obviously, and will be subject to a planning condition and detailed proposals. So we've suggested native trees and native species that are indicative of the area on that plan. However, there is clearly scope to amend those species by control of a sort of a planning condition. So there is scope to absolutely introduce planting that is synonymous with the area. The landscape proposals within the LVIA on the landscape strategy are illustrative, and again subject to detail at the right sort of planning moment, really. So there is clear opportunity to make sure that we integrate or use planting that is typical of the area, that's prevalent of the area, the locality.
Again, from memory, it wasn't merely the species; it was just the planting at large. regardless of species and whether or not it's the actual species are typical of this part of the world, specifically Sheppey. Is there anything you wanted to say to that, the introduction of planting in principle?
We followed the LCA guidelines and the landscape sensitivity assessment by LUC guidelines as well to inform the landscape proposals, to make sure that they're sort of embedded within its locality and its sense of place. So within the, we will be introducing a sort of community parkland, which will introduce a robust landscape buffer around the sort of external parts of the site, so that's the eastern and southern boundary. And that allows us to retain and reinforce the existing hedgerows and tree lines along those boundaries. So that's the primary, from the wider landscape, you would perceive an enhanced hedgerow framework, which is one of the key guidelines within LCA 13. And obviously beyond that, we will have filtered views of the development, but that would replace really the existing filtered views that you have of the existing settlement edge. So we're very much looking to reinforce the existing key features of the site and retain them as much as possible. Obviously on Lower Road with the highway works, there would have to be some hedgerow removal to accommodate that. But we are proposing to reinstate those hedgerows that are typical of the locality. And similarly along Scocles Road as well, so we'll have pocket parks, areas of open space, public open space, which will help to break up the extent and scale of development, but will allow for further planting within those areas that is typical of the locality. Obviously within the development, there's less scope to incorporate native planting and tree belts and such, so that would be more synonymous with a sort of built-up setting. But there is a lot of scope to, we will be reinforcing the existing key characteristics of the site as far as we can.
Well, I've made a note of that. That was, I think, all I wanted on character and appearance. Was there anything else anybody wanted to say without, repeating themselves on this first main issue of character and appearance? No? Okay. We can draw that one to a close. Just got an eye on the clock. It's very nearly past. We've been going nearly an hour and a half, which is normally around about the time I like to take a short break. If we were to take a break now and to resume at 22 midday, and then we had roughly another hour and then took a lunch break, would that suit everybody? Yeah? Okay, we'll do that then. We'll adjourn now and resume at 22 sharp. Thank you. But if you can find your seats, please. Okay, the hearing's now resumed. We'll press on with the agenda. Been made aware that, as advertised earlier, Borough Councillor Angela Harrison would be joining us, and she has joined us. So you're very welcome. Thank you for coming along. Just for your benefit, what have you missed? Well, we're part way through the agenda. We're now on item 4. And the second of the bullet points. We'll be talking about biodiversity in a moment. We've got through all the preliminaries, which always seem to take forever, but are necessary. And council have confirmed that their position on the application is that had it been in a position to, it would have granted planning permission. So it's not defending the appeal, but obviously we have the parish council who are still opposing the scheme, and we've also got local people who are opposed to it as well. Not only those here potentially, but also people who have just written in or maybe following things online. We are on YouTube, so it is being broadcast online. So yeah, that's more or less what we're up to. And we've talked about the main issue, first main issue, I should say, which is concerned character and appearance, including the gap between Minster and East Church. So we're now going to talk about, or have a conversation about biodiversity. There's a few strands to the biodiversity themes, it seems to me. I suppose they can perhaps be grouped into two groups. One of the sort of bigger off-site issues associated with the European protected areas, notably special protection area, particularly the Medway Estuary and Salt Marshes special protection area and the Swale special protection area. There's a Ramsar as well. Obviously, there's submissions from Natural England that I've taken into account already, and will do when I make my decision. There's council have got this adopted sort of SAM strategy, the Thames, Medway, and Swale Estuary Strategic Access Management and Monitoring Strategy. So that's informed some of the contents of the Section 106 agreement, as I understand it, and we'll come back to those. But obviously, we can have a conversation about potential impacts associated with those now, and then aside from those issues, there are perhaps more local biodiversity issues at play as well. And I know concern has been expressed locally. I'm mindful that there's a preliminary ecological appraisal has been done as well. That's in front of me. I'm also mindful that Kent Wildlife Trust have made representations and expressed concerns. So I always start with the appellant. Who's down to talk to
exactly
this?
Good questions. That we've obviously not got we've not got an ecologist in the room.
Indeed,
which means as ever it falls to the planning the planner, the hapless planet to try and do it. So I'll pass over to Mr. Walters, and then obviously once we've heard from the other side, if there's anything specific we can help you with, obviously we'll do our best.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Walters again.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think as you say, there are 2 or 3 strands to this element. I think the first thing to say is that obviously this application was submitted prior to the mandatory sort of B&G requirement, and through the sort of PEA and discussions with various ecologists, the Kent County Council ecologists, I think the beauty of this scheme in terms of the initial B&G assessment was that being arable land and the low baseline, that was considered there. The approach that we take into the illustrative master plan. Sorry,
you were in full flow there. It's very rude of me. I think just for the benefit of everybody in the room and people following online, if we can, I'll probably slip into it myself. So please pull me up when things like BNG. I think it'd be helpful to give them the full names, biodiversity net gain and so forth, so that hopefully everybody can follow things fully. So I interrupted. My apologies.
No problem, sir. Thank you. Yes. So, with regards to the sort of baseline position for biodiversity net gain with an arable site, and the approach that we take into the illustrative master plan, and the approach to this site, which is a sort of landscape led, we have large swathes of landscaping shown, and the ability to create and enhance biodiversity across this site. So, the agreement on this, although there was no mandatory requirement, but in terms of compliance with local plan policy of enhancement, we agreed a condition for ecological and biodiversity enhancement plan, which will obviously come forward during the detailed design of the scheme, and I guess that's referenced in both the officer report to committee, as agreed in the statement of common ground, and I think it's referenced as condition 21 in the draft conditions. So with regards to that sort of, as you say, the local element of that's considered fully in that context, sir.
Okay, that's helpful. In terms of the sort of European protected sites, is there anything you wanted to add? I mean,
the only reference point I'd make on that is that there's the sort of guidance and that's been fed into the sort of section 106 in terms of mitigation, and the key part of that was looking at the triggers to ensure that it is appropriate mitigation and those contributions are made at the appropriate time to ensure the validity of that.
You've got this already, but it's Schedule 4 in the, which we'll come back to, that which addresses all of that deals obviously to the satisfaction of Natural England, who are the relevant body, with impacts on European sites. And of course there is, even though of course Natural England is satisfied, and obviously the council is satisfied as well, you'll nonetheless, as the decision maker, be charged with doing an appropriate assessment. But the good news is that you have in the officer's report, the case officer's report, what the case officer's approach was to undertaking that appropriate assessment, and really nothing's happened since then to suggest that anything in that was incorrect or needs amending. So yes, that's our position on that.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Yeah, I've seen Natural England's submissions, and yes, it does fall to me to do the appropriate assessment, because I'm now the competent authority. But it is helpful to have had the council go through that process via its committee report. So that's been of assistance as well, and will no doubt be of assistance when I come to make my decision. I think did you have anything to add on behalf of the council, Mr. Greenwood?
No, I think that the council's positions are set out in the committee report.
Thank you. So that brings us to Parish Council. Did you have anything you wanted to add to your existing submissions, or to talk to regarding biodiversity specifically?
It stands to reason that building houses on a site is going to have an impact on nature. However, there are a number of species that will be living in that area that will no longer be able to. It's arable, it's agricultural farmland that is being destroyed, that could be used to grow crops, that could be used for all number of agricultural reasons as well. We're not happy about it, but we have nothing further to add other than the points already submitted, sir.
Okay, that's helpful. Did anybody else have anything to say specifically about biodiversity?
Might just be worth there's nothing more really other than to say that there is, of course, and we'll come to it, an enhancement plan that is conditioned, and it's draft condition 21. So far from it being the situation that there'll be a net harm or even a neutral position when it comes to overall biodiversity interest associated with the site. What's referred to as a biodiversity enhancement plan is not just about mitigating what we're doing in terms of its impacts on nature, etc. It's to do with enhancement, and there's a series of steps that will be taken out in that plan, all of which are subject to condition and satisfaction of swale. But we'll come to that later. That's draft condition number 21.
Yeah, I spotted that, and I've also made a note of it, so it doesn't slip off my radar. Thank you. Unless there is anything else on biodiversity,
not on our side. Thank you very much, sir.
We will move on to. Still on item 4, of course, but it's the third of the main issues, highway safety and congestion. I think things are a bit easier here because we've got somebody speaking on the appellant's behalf, Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, I'm trying to remember who everybody is. Where's Mr. Budd? Mr. Budd's there. Sorry, Mr. Budd. My apologies. Yes, over to you, really. What would you like to tell me?
Well, I'd like to really take you to, I think, mainly section 2 of the Transport Assessment Addendum of April 24, where we outline the transport vision for the site and look at the hierarchy in which we will approach the way in which new residents on this site will travel to and from either their place of work or schools or their local businesses, to carry out their daily needs. We've undertaken very, very comprehensive negotiations with National Highways from 2022-23, especially after their circular 01/2022 came out, in which they were very keen to hone in on this vision for the site, and in close consultation also with Kent County Council, we've reached agreement in terms of the trip generation for the site, the design of the 2 accesses, the main access into the site, the one on the A2500 to the south and the one on Scocles Road. And yes, you're right, they are both referred to as, unfortunately, 03/001, and they're both dated the same as well, so we will change that reference accordingly in the draft condition. And then off-site, we've agreed the mitigation measures, we've agreed the way in which sustainable transport infrastructure will be developed and rolled out, and where that will go. And then further afield at the key junction, or the double roundabout junction of the 249 with the A2500, which has been a real concern, especially for National Highways. We've agreed schemes that will be kept in abeyance, subject to a monitor and manage condition, which is condition 36. So yeah, we've reached agreement with the local highway authorities, and if there's any question you want to ask me about the level of agreement, then please fire away.
My sort of understanding of the intention of the condition, or that sort of mechanism, is that those works will only be done if it proves that their experience proves that they're necessary. Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, it's a combination of whether they are necessary and whether our site triggers those improvements. So we need to monitor the way in which traffic generated by our development will pass or is passing through those junctions. And there are a number of ways in which we can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think, the relevant highway authorities have indicated their consent with that. We'll come back to the conditions in due course, but this is helpful. In terms of non-vehicular modes of transport, and we've heard from Councillor Whiting already about sustainable modes of transport. What can you tell me about that and connectivity existing and proposed?
Well, the first thing to say, sir, is that the main focus is on keeping people on site, and so each home will be kitted out for the latest in terms of digital communication, and there's the central hub on the site as well, which will help limit the degree to which certainly peak hour trips by car will be made. And then in terms of walking and wheeling, there are a number of improvements that will be taking place along Scocles Road itself, which I know is a real concern to the parish council. There are footway improvements, new footway improvements along the east side, which obviously you won't see at the moment because there's nothing there at the moment, but
No.
but they will take place, and they're conditioned.
Yeah, I mean, just for the benefit of everybody, I'm mindful that some people weren't here when I said this earlier, but when I had a look at the site yesterday, I did walk up Scocles Road from, well, I did it sort of southward and then partly, yes, well, a bit of both actually, southward and northward. But I walked from Thistle Hill Road, is it, from around about? I walked southward from there to, is it Old Queen's Close?
Queen Anne Close?
Queen Anne Close, excuse me. Queen Anne Close. So I walked that, and yeah, there isn't a footway along sections of it. Yeah. The proposal is to address that, as I understand it, on the eastern side, which would be the development side of the road. And then, so yeah. I understood that, and I sort of walked. I walked northward as well later. But go on, please.
No, just to say, beyond that, there will be improvements along the north side of Lower Road to connect to the ones that you might have already seen come forward further west along Lower Road,
right?
In relation to the new housing that's been developed along there recently. And then just to talk about the way in which this development will actually impact on Scocles Road, if you refer to figures 11 and figures 11 and 20 within the transport assessment addendum, that looks at the peak hour generation, or the peak hour flows, shall we say, of the base plus committed scenario, figure 11, and then the base plus committed plus development scenario, figure 20. And our site, in between the new roundabout junction with Thistle Hill Way and Scocles Road, our site, so that southern section of Scocles Road, our site will actually lead to a slight reduction in traffic in those peak hours because there will be a new way through the site. It's marginal. It's only sort of between 11 and 16 vehicles per hour, but nevertheless, there's no material impact at all in traffic along that section. To the north of the Thistle Hill Way roundabout, we add just between 40 in the morning peak and 33 in the evening peak vehicles to the peak hour flows. That's two-way. So less than a vehicle a minute, which again is immaterial and would not be noticed by people that live along there. And then beyond that, there are connections that we want to create along Thistle Hill Way and then into Minster from the site, which we will be looking to enhance and improve for cyclists and pedestrians.
Okay, that's a helpful kind of overview on things. From me, well, I'm not expecting anything from the council, but if there is anything you wanted to say, Mr. Greenwood, please do.
No, I mean, as you've noted, the relevant highways authorities haven't raised any objections on highways matters, so I think that's...
And from a sort of a development management point of view, you're content with the proposed sort of connections in terms of connecting the community that would be created here if it were to get planning permission with the wider community and the offer that's being put forward in terms of
sustainable links, non-car-based links?
Yes, there's links proposed to the existing Thistle Hill community, which would provide access via sustainable means of transport to the facilities within Thistle Hill, as well as a cycle footway through the community woodland that would be secured by condition as well. So I think that would provide satisfactory sustainable transport options for residents of the development. Okay,
that's helpful. I understand the council's position. Parish Council, what would you like to tell me about this main issue generally, and any specific points you'd like to raise, please?
Thank you, sir. According to the Swell Highway Model Forecasting Report of 2021, which is relevant until 2038, the Isle of Sheppey has some of the busiest junctions and busiest roads that are in across the entire borough of Swale. The lower road is heavily congested during peak rush hour times, which is possibly slightly earlier, or would include slightly earlier times than what you may consider to be normal rush hour, because of the length of time it takes to travel to some of the more serviced railway stations for people that are commuting perhaps to London or elsewhere in the borough that use the train. They can't. Sheerness doesn't operate as many services as perhaps Sittingbourne would offer, so some people do actually drive to Sittingbourne from all parts of the island. The junction at Scocles Road is particularly poor. You know, I've just been on Crash Map and I've counted the amount of accidents that have taken place between the junction of the A249 and the A2500, the lower road, all the way along to Scocles Road, and it's about 28, 30 accidents. The lower road it's got two sides, but they're both single lane, if that makes sense. So if there is an accident there, it completely blocks the lower road for hours potentially at a time. If accidents take place around that, or perhaps slightly further along the road, it could actually block off the entire east end of the island, apart from very, very small residential streets that would be able to connect people through. Scocles Road it's a rural road. It's essentially a country lane. But when you actually when you actually get down to the crux of it, that's what it is. It is not suitable under any circumstance. I cannot see a way that Scocles Road can be deemed safe to have further developments, because I think it's important to take into account cumulative effect of other developments that have taken place in the area, and to add that many more homes. I mean, how many more cars is that going to be on the road if there's 650 homes being built there? I think the Kent average is about 1.57, so that's a substantial amount of cars being put on, extra cars on the road, that's going to add to the congestion, particularly during rush hour. And one accident is all it takes pretty much to shut the island down. We've had a lot of roadworks recently, and that has caused traffic chaos for the entire island. I know I've mentioned it before, but Scocles Road, it isn't suitable to have these extra houses. The additional entrance on the lower road I don't think will actually be enough to manage the amount of traffic that will be going down. I think it'll actually cause congestion issues rather than solve them, having that entrance there, because it will block the lower road while people are trying to turn off. The parish council has very, very serious concerns about the suitability of Scocles Road and Lower Road to sustain any more excessive housing development, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Can I just come back on that?
Well, just hold on. Sorry, I just want to get my name straight. Councillor Jace, please add what you wanted to add on behalf of the parish council.
Thank you. Although I sit here with the parish council, which I chair, I'm also the Swale Borough Council ward member for Sheppey Central, which is where this development is. So I have some comments from residents. We were told that the developer is expected to fund for a full period of 4 years a bus service, but this is very vague. We don't know if it's when's this going to start? Is it when all 650 homes are built? I think it'll be for 4 years, but there's no when is very vague. I too have counted the accidents along the Lower Road, and according to the government's Think website, there's been 88 accidents on the A2500, 13 of them at the junction at Scocles Road and Lower Road alone. Scocles is a very narrow road, as I'm sure you've seen, or you will see, because you haven't walked the section that is the narrow part, because of the lack of footpaths. There's a lack of footpaths the whole length of this site at the moment. And I'm sure you'll walk up to the village along Scocles Road. It'd be nice if you could take a wheelchair or a buggy with you, because the road is too narrow. I've been up there with a tape measure. I've also tried to walk my daughter in the past when she was in the buggy up there. You are faulted into the road. I've seen no off-site improvements heading towards the village. As you head towards the village, there's 2 schools in this direction where we're told that the extra 180 primary school pupils will be heading. That to me is almost a one-form entry school needed, but KCC said that's fine. They also said that there'll be 130 secondary school children, and they've got places for. They haven't got places for the children on the island now. We've got 30 children that have got to spend a 45-minute journey to get to schools on the other side of the borough. There's no direct bus route, there's no direct train links. So we're talking about highways and we're talking about buses. There's also, we've just been told that there's going to be less traffic at these roundabouts because of this development, but does that mean the estate will become a rat run, because there's no roundabout proposed for the bottom of Scocles Road and Lower Road, which is where I've mentioned all the accidents. So people will avoid this. People avoid it now by going through the Thistle Hill estate. If there's additional traffic, they'll be going through this estate so they can get to a roundabout. What would be safer is if there was an additional roundabout put at the bottom of Scocles Road and on the Lower Road. There's minimal improvements proposed to the Barton Hill Lower Road roundabout, but we're going to offer bus vouchers. The bus services, I've just looked at the out-of-date transport assessment. There's hardly any bus services on the island. One of the biggest complaints we get from residents. I do urge that you walk towards the primary schools. I do urge that you take into account the width of a standard wheelchair or pushchair while you're attempting this. I think that's it on this section. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. I won't have a wheelchair or a buggy, but I'll imagine. I mean, yeah, my kids are well out of buggies now, but I do remember, so I'll have that in mind when I do walk. Before we come back to the appellant, was there anything from you, Councillor Whiting?
Just because. Thank you, sir. It's because you mentioned the sustainable travel at this stage. If it suits you, I'll come in now. If not, I can come in under 0.5.
I've mentioned it. We can any loose ends we can pick up under 0.5. But if it seems sensible to me to deal with it now, yeah.
If I do it, I think it's absolutely key, and I think what's been said about the safety aspects of Scocles Road in particular, I think are very pertinent. What I'm here to try to do is to explain the benefits of getting planned walking and cycling routes across the Isle of Sheppey, east to west. You'll note the Lower Road, and as you go on your site visits on between Cowsted Corner and Barton Hill, you'll see a newly installed cycle and footway. It's that we would like to see all the way to Laysdown, running from the east of the island. I referred earlier to the Kent local transport plan. There are 2 pages I might refer you to, sir. It's page 51 and page 77, and it's the Kent Local Transport Plan 5, which is the current one adopted in earlier this year, and that refers to these things.
Sorry, I didn't quite get the note. Which set or pages was it?
Page 51.
51, thank you.
Refers to the Kent walking and cycling plan.
Okay.
And Sheppey is route 5 on that. And page 77, look at my glasses on, 77 refers to the Swale local walking and cycling plan, the Swale.
Okay, thank you.
The Swale whip. The point is that actually there are 2 routes currently in progression on Sheppey. One lies to the north of the site in Elm Lane, and one lies on the southern side in the Lower Road. And I'm very keen, and I've had correspondence already with the applicant about the applicant's agents, about how we might try to incorporate the middle section of the east-west route, which has to run across their land, and how we might incorporate that in the final designs of the site, such that we can then create to the east and to the west of the site the relevant links into Sheerness, into Queenborough Rail Station, into the Neats Court Retail Park, and also into Swale Station by the Kingsferry Bridge. The cycle route also connects the high schools at Minster and Sheerness, which I think will be very important for the young people moving into this estate, should it be granted consent, sir, so that they then can safely cycle both to education and to the east of the island for leisure and their own enjoyment. I think I'll leave it there, sir, if I may, unless you've got any questions. Thank you.
That's helpful. On the particular point about the those references, so page 51 and 77 of the Kent local transport plan. Hopefully they're not contentious if they come in. I'm looking at the appellant now.
No, not contentious, sir, about you receiving them.
In that case, could looking at putting you on the spot now, Mr. Greenwood, could those be could copies be produced and perhaps I don't expect them to happen now, but over the lunch break, if you could get me a hard copy and perhaps get a PDF sent to the case officer in Bristol, is that feasible?
If it helps, so I can send Mr. Greenwood the link to that.
Well, yes.
The local transport plan. Yeah, that's
Is it? Have I got the note right? I thought it was the Kent local transport plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's number 5.
Number 5. Yes, I've got
that's available.
Page 51 and page 77.
Yeah, specifically 51.
So just for safety or just like the.
Well, perhaps can I have the whole thing in as a PDF, because that would make life easier for everybody, I think. But it might be easier just to print off just the cover page and those 2 pages, just so I've got them for me to look at today. That would be splendid. There's no. I think I can have those after the lunch break. It's 51 and 77, as I understand it.
That's right, sir.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Right, come back to you now, Mr. Budd. A few things from both the Parish Council and from Councillor Whiting as well to perhaps pick up there.
Yes, thank you. First of all, just in relation to the safety of Lower Road and of the junction of Scocles Road with Lower Road as well, It's entirely within both Kent County Councils and the appellant's gift to make some visibility improvements to the junction of Scocles Road with Lower Road, even though, as I've said just recently, we won't actually be materially increasing the number of vehicles turning out of there, because we don't impact on Scocles Road materially at all. Nevertheless, we could make some improvements to visibility. I've driven that road. I've pulled out of there, and at the moment, Lower Road is de-restricted, so it's high speed. But I would imagine as soon as the new roundabout on Scocles Road is developed, that Kent County Council would want to see some speed reduction along there. So I would have thought at least 40 miles an hour, and probably all the way through from there to the A259 junction. And then in relation to public transport, if you were to look at Appendix E of the Transport Assessment Addendum, that's where our draft public transport strategy is located. And yes, the Parish Council are right. I think Sheppey has suffered a lot, certainly post the COVID pandemic, in terms of bus services being withdrawn, bus operators pulling out completely from Sheppey. But this development is the opportunity now for us to engage with those operators and with Kent County Council in terms of establishing a new service, which the Draft 106 currently says will be in place from the 101st, I think, dwelling. And then regular payments will be made on the anniversaries of that occupation for 4 years. And that will introduce a new, at least, hourly service between the site and the Tesco and the railway station in Sheerness, so linking our site through existing established residential areas to the key places where they want to go.
That would be secured via the legal agreement of the 106, as I understand it. So we'll come back to that, but hopefully that helps. Answer the specific question that was raised about the bus service that came from Councillor Jays, I think.
Yeah.
But no doubt, I mean, putting you on the spot now, no doubt you'd be offline. You'd be very happy to have a conversation with Councillor Jays and the parish council about some of the detail of that. But
absolutely,
we'll come back to it when we talk about the legal agreement. In any case, if there are any wider points, we can come back to those.
Okay.
If needs be. Okay, that's helpful. Right, let me just go back to my notes to see if there's anything else that I wanted to cover that we haven't. Just bear with me, please. No, there isn't. So is there anything else before we can come back to the sort of sustainability and infrastructure points in the next item? Is there anything specifically about highway safety and congestion we've not already dealt with? No? Okay, I think on that basis we can shuffle on to the next item, which is what I just described, whether there would be sufficient suitable infrastructure and services to support the proposed development, including, and I should say it's just including, it's not exclusive. I just flagged these particular points because they came up a lot in the representations, including medical facilities and sustainable motor transport, which we've touched on already. Okay, I'll do as I've done previously. We'll start with the appellant. I'm guessing this falls to the planner again. I think you're on the spot, Mr. Walters. I imagine anyway. I never assume though. Go on. You.
Thank you. So I'll kick off.
Going.
Yeah. I'll start the process. So within the scheme, sir, as you see, there's land safeguarded for the community hub and medical facilities. There's also, you touched on the sustainable modes of transport, and obviously we referenced the sort of the bus service as well. So there are a number of elements in there that have come out through the sort of statutory consultation process, through the county council and the relevant bodies, whether that be around school places, the medical facilities, the public transport contributions, which have obviously been considered and either mitigated as part of safeguarded land or various contributions within, the legal agreement, Section 106. I guess the medical one, which I know has been raised by a number of objectors, and clearly that's why it's on the agenda to discuss today. Land has been safeguarded, and discussions have taken place with regards to providing that sort of appropriate level and suitable infrastructure. Do you want to pick up on that? I'll just pass on to Mr. Murphy. Actually, you can probably explain a little bit more about that due process that's been taking place and will continue to take place.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We approached the NHS commissioners as part of the overall proposals to understand the need for a new medical centre. And so whilst that was being considered during the master planning exercise, we safeguarded up to 1.5 acres of land in a suitable location to accommodate that, should the NHS commissioners decide they wanted one. Subsequently, they decided to seek a Section 106 contribution to expand the existing facilities elsewhere. And they told us there was capacity within those existing facilities and they wanted money to expand those. And that was done in agreement with the local authority and appears in the Section 106 agreement. Subsequently, we've agreed that we would continue to safeguard that 1.5 acres of land in the overall master plan should that position change. But the NHS Commissioner's position at the moment is to seek a Section 106 agreement. So we're trying to cover both bases.
Okay, well that's helpful to me in terms of understanding things. It reminds me of what I've read. Taking a sort of wider view of things, I'm just looking at my notes. Yes, medical facilities cropped up a lot in the representations. As I said before, sustainable modes of transport, which we've touched on. Schools, nurseries, youth facilities, and other sort of kind of nuts and bolts infrastructure like sewerage, drains, electricity, water, telecommunications, refuse, have all been alluded to, and possibly other matters as well. What's your take on those in terms of existing capacity and what the development as proposed will do, and what mitigations needed?
So I think on matters of sort of education, the school places which we've heard, again we're led by sort of Kent County Council in terms of the various contributions and requirements that they're looking for, both to and within those contributions. The evolution of this scheme submitted in sort of 2022, that has changed during the course of the application process. So at various points in time there has been a requirement for various contributions, some of which are still required now and form part of that final agreed document. In terms of any of the other identified elements you've referred to, there is nothing that's sort of been prompted by the statutory consultees or any of those sort of infrastructure requirements that has resulted in any objection or requirement from those parties that would preclude the development from coming forward.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm assuming you have nothing to add, Mr. Greenwood, unless you tell me otherwise.
No, as Mr. Walters
confirmed,
the County Council raised no objections in terms of infrastructure subject to monies for mitigation and provision of infrastructure.
Understood. So that brings us to the Parish Council. Sorry, Mr. Nundy. Councillor Nundy, excuse me.
Thank you, sir. That's quite all right. Yeah, once again, the Parish Council has real serious concerns about the effect this development will have on the infrastructure of the island. We don't have enough school spaces. It's quite simple. We've got, as Councillor Jace has already said, there are children on the Isle of Sheppey that are having to travel from Laysdown, which is probably the most remote part of the island, to travel to Faversham when there's no proper public transport links. There's no bus service being provided to travel to a school in Faversham. That journey will take hours in the morning and hours in the evening. And this development will only further the amount of people and therefore the amount of children that are on the island. I accept, and I will accept, some of the houses will be bought by people that are already on the island. I do accept that, but not all 650. It's an area of serious deprivation that has pockets of non-deprivation on the island, whereas when you look at the rest of Swale, it's perhaps the other way round. There are pockets of deprivation, but the Isle of Sheppey is a very deprived area, and there's very little in the proposals that are going to impact that. The doctor's surgery, so I'm still confused about this. Perhaps when the appellant responds, they could clear it up for me. How is that going to be funded? Because it's all well and good building a doctor's surgery, but it's the funding it. It's the getting the doctors and nurses to work there. And at the moment, the UK does have a shortage of doctors in comparison to other European countries. We also have issues with things like water supply and gas supply and electricity supply on the island. You may be aware, sir, a couple of years ago, and do you know what? It has completely left my brain. I had it there. There was a drought almost on the island where the water supply was cut off from the mainland for about 5 or 6 days, was it? Yeah, for a few days. And lots of people went without water for a considerable period of time. And I am concerned about the impact this development will have on the water supply from the mainland, because obviously all the water has to come from there. And once again, I'm saying it again, and I feel like I'm banging my head against a brick wall. It's the cumulative effect of all the developments that have taken place that is having such a damaging impact on the island, and it feels wrong. It feels dangerous as well, because people need to have access to good medical care. People need to have access to good education. People need to be able to have access to the basics like a good water supply and electricity. These are fundamental things to society. And I spoke earlier about the Isle of Sheppey being, particularly Thistle Hill area, being an area of deprivation. Well, what people need to be lifted out of that deprivation is having good education and knowing that they can go to school locally and not have to travel to the other end of the borough to get there. Of course, the issue is when you look at the crow flies, it's probably only about 6 miles from Laysdown to Faversham, but the reality of getting there is very much different. So yes, the parish council has grave concerns about the impact this proposed development will have on the safety and well-being of residents on the island. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, I'll just come back on one thing, then I'll hear from you, Councillor Jays. Kind of, without being too simplistic about it, it seems that the county councillors, the local education authority, have indicated that it's content. But your concern is, well, yeah, that the numbers might work in inverted commas. And trying to paraphrase here, your concern is that children being educated will have to travel a long way in order for the numbers to work. I mean, I don't want to be simplistic about it, but that's the gist of what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a very simplistic way, as you say, but that's the basic gist of it. Yeah, thank you, sir.
That's helpful to me. Thank you. We'll hear from you now, Councillor Jay, please.
Thank you, sir. Section 100 of the MPPF says it's important that different choice of early years schools and post-16 places are available to meet the needs of existing and new communities. As we've said, and you'll see in any newspaper, local newspaper you read, there is 30 children, a whole class of year 7s that do not have places on the island. They are being sent to Faversham, as my colleagues mentioned. I think that goes against the MPPF. And as said, another 230 secondary school pupils are going to need places after this development. We do not have enough places now. So there's no plans to build schools. We heard about keeping residents on the estate. Obviously that doesn't apply to children because there's no schools going to be built on the estate. The MPPF attaches importance to ensuring that a significant choice of school places are available to meet the needs of existing and new communities. I think that is not being delivered. Obviously, KCC are asking for money for schools off the island in Sittingbourne. Whilst this isn't totally acceptable to the island, I think that's a lot better than sending them to Faversham, which is twice the distance. You have to sit on a bus and travel past 4 or 5 secondary schools to get to a secondary school in Faversham. I think that's an insult, really, to the current 30 pupils that are going to be sent there and all these 230 that we're talking about has been suggested in this document. Especially talking on the... we also haven't been partied, or we haven't seen sight of a Section 106 agreement, the draft. So we're sort of being flying blind here. But what is in the committee report which I have in front of me, special educational needs provisions will be provided in Swale. Swale's a large area. Faversham can take 45 minutes. I'd love to see that narrowed down to Sheppey and Sittingbourne. I don't think it's unacceptable to travel one town over, but to have to travel 2 towns over is a bit difficult for education, especially with the poor roads, the bridge being closed constant to accidents, and we have hundreds of pupils stuck in taxis every day going on and off the island to special educational needs provisions. Integrated children's services, again it mentions being in Swale. We've talked about bus routes. I'd really like that to be narrowed down in the Section 106 agreement to Sheppey. Again on library services it says about the money that KCC is asking, the money will be used on developments including at Minster. Well, I think if all residents are expected to use the closest library, which is Minster. The money should all go to Minster. We hear about contributions to pedestrian links, footways and cycleways in it. Again, there is not, the footpaths aren't wide enough to get up Scocles Road. The high street footpaths aren't wide enough. If we're putting more pedestrians there, including children, it'd be nice to have some off-site works in these locations. I was glad to hear the answer about the bus vouchers be from the 101st occupation, but obviously it's going to, most developments build out about 50 homes a year on the island, so therefore the last few hundred residents will not experience the bus service because the 4 years will have elapsed, and I'm sure the operators will run away because it won't be sustainable. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, I did have one more thing.
Oh yeah, please go.
It was
go
on.
ahead.
It was on the medical situation, lack of doctors. If you drive a few miles to the east of this site, you are likely to die 10 years earlier than your mainland equivalents, and I think that's horrendous. So we really need to get the doctors and the medical system right, because we've been in the news for having the worst doctor to patient ratio in this borough. Sorry, it's divided in half. So Sheppey and Sittingbourne had the worst doctor-patient ratio in the country, and there's no signs of improvement to that. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harrison.
Is it okay for me to speak?
Yeah, please do. You're very welcome.
So I've been a councillor since 1984. When I became a councillor, there was a regime of surcharging for councillors across the country, which meant that when you accepted tenders, you had to go for the lowest one. When you dealt with planning decisions, you had to look at, you had to apply the rules. If you refused to accept a lowest tender against officers' advice and you were sued, then it wasn't the council that got sued, it was the councillors. Each councillor who made that decision, it was divvied up, and the same with planning. If you refused a planning application against the advice of officers and it went to appeal one and costs were awarded, then it was those individual councillors who were surcharged for those costs, which meant that councillors at that time very much focused their work on applying the rules, not trying to listen to a vocal minority, but if there are no planning grounds, then how do we get the best out of this development? And councillors with officer assistance negotiated with developments improvements, what you'll say 106, improvements to infrastructure. And that's how things worked. When you merely refuse things, chuck it out and it comes back here, the opportunity to negotiate improvements for your area is lost. There is a very great infrastructure deficit on the Isle of Sheppey, and that is part and parcel the fault of councillors sitting in this chamber on the planning committee over the years, not doing their job properly and applying the rules, listening to the professional advice of our officers who do a fantastic job and probably pull their hair out. If the highways people say there isn't a problem, how can you, as a lay person, say, well, actually there is, and, you know, I'm right? And so all of these things over the years have led to an infrastructure deficit. But you get somebody come along and say, well, actually, and I very much support RSLs, we're prepared to do this and this and this. Well, you know, if you should not only grab it with both hands, but say, yeah, fine, but let's take it to one side and see what, you know, because actually there's a little tweak here and a little tweak there, instead of just chucking the whole lot out. I will say on the medical centre that we had a situation some years ago where members protected a piece of land that we kept being told by the NHS they did not need. No. They were written to every 2 years. 15 years later, I spoke to the chief executive of the Health Trust at the time, who said, well, there really is a need there, but we haven't got the money to buy the land. I said, it's just as well the council protected it for you then, isn't it? And 19 years after planning permission was given and we protected that bit of land, the medical centre was built. So the point is, I'm very supportive of that sort of thing. But the nuts and bolts of it is down to councillors to get improvements to infrastructure. Nobody's going to come along with a huge wand and say, here's 100 million to sort out all the problems on Sheppey. You have to do the best you can as people come forward. It is down to councillors that there are the problems, because they have allowed developers to get away with actually not contributing, not supporting and helping the residents past, present and future on the Isle of Sheppey. And some of those people on Thistle Hill who are raising objections, I can recall objections to the Thistle Hill site when it was a whole row of fields and people objected to it. Well, you've now moved into your home and you're objecting to other people having a home. It's within the gift of councillors to actually get the improvements that our island needs, not to play to the gallery with vexatious and spurious arguments hoping that something will stick. And the only benefit whatsoever that I can see, Mr. Chairman, if I can say that, is it keeps people like you in a job, because you're coming over here. You might as well buy a house. People are coming here so often. It makes me very angry that our councillors are abrogating their responsibility under planning to do a proper job against the professional advice of our officers. As I say, I'm surprised they don't tear their hair out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Whiting, did you have anything to add to what you said earlier? I invited you to sort of go early, really, so it was my fault. So would you like to say anything?
Not really, sir. I just do think that one of those planning gains we can make is a contribution from this site to that long-term ambition for a safe east-west cycling route on the island that will not just improve tourism, it will also improve the safety of those people working and being educated on the island in getting to and from their homes. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. A few things that you might want to come back on. Entirely up to you, though, Mr. Walters. Over to you if there is anything.
Yes, so there's nothing particular we want to respond to, but if there's anything else you need further sort of clarification on from our side, happy to do so.
Well, let me just look at what I wrote down. No, there's nothing at the front of my brain, but let me just double check. Well, none in particular, because I think, well, I could say, well, what about this point about that I sort of attempted to summarise the county council saying, well, there are spaces, but the parish council saying yes, but in practical terms that means children, primary school children, having to travel off the island. I suspect you're going to tell me, well, the county council are the local education authority and they're content, but what do you say?
Yeah, that's correct. So that would have been my response to that sort of summary. And as I say, there have been discussions over a number of years about what the appropriate capacity levels are with the county council, and that's ebbed and flowed. But where we've been asked to provide that contribution, and where there isn't that capacity, the appellant has agreed with those obligations, and they form part of that agreed section 106.
Okay, well, I understand. We'll dip our toe back into some of these issues when we look at the legal agreement, which is a little later in the agenda, but we are getting there. It's going to be item 6 alongside conditions. Was there anything else on this penultimate main issue, that's to say infrastructure and related matters, before we move on to the final one? I'm not seeing any hands, so I will move us on to the final of the main issues as they've been identified, and this is essentially a sort of planning balance type thing, but I'll read it out for everybody's benefit. Whether there are any other considerations above and beyond what we've already talked about, that is, including housing delivery that might outweigh any harm arising from the appeal development. So it's a sort of general planning balance point. Would you like to get us going again, Mr. Walters? This is squarely your territory, I think.
It's my call, absolutely. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think the as you say, that this point on the agenda is exactly that part of the sort of planning balance and considerations. I think you've said including the housing delivery. I think the housing delivery discussions are well rehearsed in Swale in terms of the need and the weight to be attached to that, and there's common ground between the local authority and the appellant on the weight to be attached to we've got the market housing and the affordable. I think the point I would make in particular in the balance and the weight to be afforded to that is that this isn't a speculative planning application based on opportunistic 5-year land supply argument. The local authority got a self-declared affordable housing emergency. The policy position for affordable housing on the island is 0%. We've got a developer here who is looking to bring forward this scheme with 41% affordable housing. We have got contracts signed in a position, and this is about delivery rather than a numbers game. So therefore, as a result of that, there's a condition and the requirement for the reserved matters to be submitted on a shortened time period because of the importance of this in terms of the contractual position to deliver these housing, and in order to actually assist the local authority in addressing the self-declared affordable housing emergency. So in terms of the weight to be afforded to that, there's common ground there that it outweighs the harm, any perceived harm to this scheme in itself. But there are other elements that are, and I refer to the common ground in terms of the other areas of the council where there's an agreed position on the weight to be afforded to various aspects of the delivery of the scheme. I think the one point where there was not necessarily disagreement between the local authority and the appellant, but it was purely I think a point that wasn't set out in the officer report, was the economic savings to the local authority on the temporary accommodation budget by the provision of the affordable housing within the scheme, which was substantial. So I think, again, just a point to reiterate that point, that's a point that we believe should be afforded substantial weight as well in the deliberations of this scheme. With regards to the other points, I would just make, as I say, refer back to the common ground in terms of some of the benefits. We often talk about the sort of mitigation of the impacts of a scheme, sometimes on the grounds that all you're doing is, I guess for want of a better expression, consuming your own smoke. But we've already heard today that the lack of public transport and facilities, bus facilities on the island, the provision of a new bus or enhanced bus facility will go far and beyond the residents of this scheme. There is an enhancement there for the public transport and alternative transport opportunities for the wider population of the island. So once you as I say, as set out in the common ground, in our case, that undertaking that sort of planning, balance and assessment, all of those benefits outweigh any harm to that's sort of accounted for as part of the scheme.
Okay, thank you for that summary. Before we sort of go round and seek the views of other people, it's probably worth just picking up a few things that I had in mind. Heritage assets, there's the Scocles Court, it's a listed building, listed at grade 2. I think this is perhaps an area that you've not got complete common ground, but between the appellant and the council, as I understand it, but perhaps I've got it wrong. I think the council's position is that there'd be less than substantial harm to the listed building via its setting. I summarise and paraphrase, and I'm happy to be corrected if I've got the generalities of this wrong, but I think the council's position is that there'd be less than substantial harm to it in terms of the National Planning Policy Framework as a consequence of the site forming part of its setting and its contribution to its significance because of its historic associations through farming. And that building being a former farmhouse. Is that the gist of it? Have I got that broadly right?
Yes, I think that's a fair summary of the less than substantial harm that would occur, and the officer's report concludes that that's outweighed by the public benefits of the proposal.
Now, in contrast to that, I think the appellant's position is that there'd be no harm to the specific heritage asset, but to any heritage assets. Have I got that right? And that's captured in the heritage assessment.
That's set out as such in the heritage.
And sorry, I'm being ping pong here, but so consequently, as far as you're concerned, you don't need to demonstrate public benefits outweigh that harm. Council's position is that notwithstanding that harm, public benefits would outweigh that harm, and that takes the matter back into what's sometimes called the tilted balance. That's the balance described in paragraph 11 of the National Planning Policy Framework. I got that right?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful to me. Right. Just helpful to me to understand the parties' positions. It was what I'd understood, which is always reassuring. Okay. I mean, there's a pursuant point to that which we'll pick up when we talk about conditions, but one of the conditions is to do some interpretation material, and I think it's 51 off the top of my head. I can see why the council would say that condition's necessary in the context of the public benefits and what would be secured through that condition if planning permission were to be granted. That would contribute to the public benefits. What's the appellant's position on that, though? Is it necessary if a decision maker followed what you're inviting me to do essentially and conclude there's no harm? Is the condition still necessary?
If you came to that conclusion, sir, then no, arguably it wouldn't be necessary.
Right. So I think you're already telling me it's not necessary, bearing in mind your position on that particular point. Okay. Right.
So it's contingent one way or the other on your judgment.
All right. That's helpful. I don't think that specific point was explained anywhere, but I might have missed it. But it's helpful you've explained it now, so I've got it. Good. That does help me. Is there anything else that was on my mind before we hear from the other parties? We're going to talk about legal agreements in a minute, probably after lunch the way things stand. Can I ask about this now, rather than postpone it for the 106 conversation? I'm not convinced I understand the option A and option B point around affordable housing. and to the point that it was sort of breaking my brain. And I thought it would be far better just to ask you, there are two sort of strands to it, really. The first is just me understanding, and the second is because there are two potential scenarios, and I don't know which we're going to end up with, and consequently, doesn't that alter weight? Because isn't one going to deliver more affordable housing, or is there a sort of as broad as its long point here? They both amount to the same thing. I don't know. Could somebody try and explain it to me?
Yeah, thank you, sir. The policy for the area was 0, and then description of development doesn't mention affordable homes, but we're an affordable housing partnership developer. So we always try to include affordable housing. So in agreement with Housing Strategy and Swale Council, we looked at 2 options. One was option A, which is 25% affordable housing, which is 162.5 units, secured without grant funding through Section 106 agreement. The alternative we looked at and discussed with the council was option B, which was 41.5% affordable housing, which was secured with grant funding. And it was at the discretion of the local authority which one we could choose. So ideally we'd choose option B with grant funding. And the mix of that housing has been established by Housing Strategy and the Affordable Housing Officer at the council to deliver 180 general needs affordable homes, of which 100 are social rent and 80 are shared ownership, and then to deliver 60 social rented extra care apartments and 30 social rented extra care bungalows, all with the benefit of housing grant money. That delivers 270 affordable units. The proposal we have with the 2 housing associations is to deliver all that, subject to planning permission, as a phase 1. So a phase 1 works with option B would be all the access arrangements, which is both highways access, all the infrastructure to do with drainage, all the off-site contributions, all the affordable homes, and the first chunk of market homes. So ideally, we'd be delivering at least half the site as a first phase of development. That is pretty much in line with paragraph 71 of the MPPF, which talks about a mix of uses, a mix of tenures delivered at speed. So where you've got general needs affordable, where you've got extra care affordable, and where you've got market homes, none of those are competing for sales. So we're able to deliver them together rather than in a series. So just looking at it back to basics, option A, we suggested to the council, or the council said we'd like to deliver some affordable homes and gave us a generic mix. We said we could deliver 25% affordable housing, 162 units, in a Section 106 agreement, but that would be without grant funding. So that would be a typical development where you deliver some market homes, which would trigger the release of some affordable homes. In further discussion with the 2 housing associations and Swale Council, we looked at a very, very specific mix which responded to local need on the island, which came out at 270 units with a mix of uses. Using the A and B options, it means we could choose option B if we wished, and we could deliver all that affordable housing with housing grant, which means we can deliver more affordable housing than option A.
But you might be thinking, why not just go for option B then? And
well, I wasn't.
Oh, you weren't?
No, I was thinking. Well, let me put it in another way. Seems to me that let's imagine there's no option B.
Right.
Just hypothetically, and you've got option A. There'd be nothing to stop you from actually delivering B, because
correct.
you get the grant funding over and above the 106.
That's absolutely
and really
right.
what my thinking is, I'm looking at it from a, does this pass the tests?
Yeah.
And really, it's not clear in my mind whether option B passes the tests.
Because of necessity.
Precisely.
Yeah. You're right. I mean, it's not necessary, because option B could be achieved. The reason it's there is because, well, you know why it's there. You've just heard why it's there.
My point is it goes to weight.
It does go, well, in terms of weight,
in
terms of attributing weight properly and lawfully and all the rest of it, because these are being presented as options and there's no guarantee as to option B, we can't guarantee as to option B today because of the rules about grant funding. Even though that's the aspiration and the intention, that's what we've got, which means that you can really only attribute weight to the offer in option A, which is the minimum that will be provided. You can't attribute weight to the maximum because it might not be provided, even though that's everybody's common intention and all the rest of it. That's all very well, but the only thing that has teeth is option A. It's been presented to you in this way so as to make sure that we've had this conversation and that you understand what the aspirations are.
Yeah, I think that's helpful. You know, before I was going around in circles with it, but now I think I've got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it was the bones of it were actually in your report, Mr. Greenwood. It was helpful. I mean, does this sort of strike a chord with you? Do you have a different perspective?
I mean, the key thing is the terms as set out, the Homes England grant funding, for some reason, they state that affordable housing cannot be secured through a condition or through a legal agreement. So we've faced this problem on other sites where we're just having to secure it based on trust. You can secure affordable housing funded by recycled grant, and moat housing have recycled grant to cover the 25%, but Housing 21 would be delivering the other 16.5%, wouldn't they? And that would not be funded by recycled grant, it'd be funded by new grant from Homes England. And so that's why we are in this situation where we're having this option A, option B.
Do you have a view on this particular point about whether or not option B passes the test, bearing in mind it's over and above? I mean, to quote Mr. Simons, excuse me, it's not necessary in policy terms. I'm not wishing to take anything away from people who are in housing need here. It's no doubt they need homes. So I'm not implying that, but from a pure policy perspective, it's not needed.
In terms of the free tests and in terms of the policy, it isn't required to make the scheme acceptable in planning terms, but it's been offered as a benefit of the scheme and considered in the assessment of the application.
Yeah.
So in that regard, I think we would look to secure it, but strictly speaking,
so just add to that, it's something we've grappled with and debated with the officer at length in terms of the weighting and how we would deal with that, and clearly we were looking to show that intent, and that's what the intention is to deliver. The mechanism that's in that agreement, the AB scenario, is a mechanism that's been used elsewhere in other legal agreements that Homes England are comfortable with in terms of to facilitate and provide that grant funding. So that's why that template has been used, and that was the position we agreed to move forward with.
I mean, taking a step back, it is all an unfortunate consequence of the way that they distribute the funding. I mean, that's what we're trying to sort of play catch up to that. It's unfortunate that if anything is addressed in a 106, that means that funding won't be forthcoming, as you've heard and as you've read. And so we've adopted a model that they have found acceptable elsewhere in order to make sure that we don't fall foul of their funding requirements.
Okay, that's all helpful, and yes, I can understand why I was scratching my head earlier, but equally, I'm no longer, and I've got my brain round it. You'll be pleased to know that was all. You'll also be pleased to know that's all I had on that. But I'm mindful that we've not heard from a parish council on the planning balance point. This last main issue. I understand your position is that you the parish council. This is you feel that no doubt you recognise with some benefits associated with the scheme, but you don't feel that they are sufficient to outweigh the harm. But I'd rather hear that from you than me try to paraphrase it. Over to you.
Yes, what you just said, sir. Yeah, we don't believe that the benefits that are being offered outweigh the harm that the development would do to the community, to the local area. But I do have some questions. Perhaps the appellant could clear up. What is, and this has come from a resident. You know, this has come directly from people that live in Minster. How much, or what is the price tag for affordable? What constitutes affordable housing? Because what is affordable to one person is definitely unaffordable to somebody else. I'm also concerned in terms of the delivery. Some of the other developments are struggling to sell homes. So I'm interested to see price comparisons between that site and this site as well. That is about it at the moment. I don't know if Councillor Jays has anything though, sir.
Yeah, Councillor Jay, did you have something? Jay's.
It was mentioned about the Scocles Court, and I know when we look at conditions, it talks about pile driving. I know the neighbouring site, Scocles Court, has been using screw piles, so I'm hoping on heritage impacts if we could use screw piles rather than shake the hell out of a heritage asset and see it crumble. And also, before we break for lunch, I wonder if it's possible to share the draft 106 agreement with the parish council.
Yeah, that you've reminded me. It's thoughtful of you. Yeah, I think in an ideal world it should have been shared before now. I don't know what's gone wrong with communication there, but it should have happened before now. I just checked the version I got this morning. Doesn't look like parish council were copied in. So if a copy could be shared over the lunch break and we can pick up any points kind of falling out of that in the conditions and planning obligation session after lunch, I think perhaps what we'll do is take a, well, we'll adjourn shortly, but if we adjourn till 2, but we'll see where we are in a moment or two. Yeah, well, I'll come back to that in a moment and one or two other things. But was there anything you wanted to say, appellant side, in response to what you've heard?
Most of it is, I think. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry. So well, let's hear from Councillor Harrison, and then there might be something coming out of that.
Thank you, Chair. It was on housing, obviously. I was up until last week the chair of the council's housing and Health Committee, and we declared last year a housing emergency, mainly because we were suddenly inundated with people who, for no fault of their own, were evicted or houses were being sold beneath them, and we had to accommodate them temporarily, and there just was no accommodation to we're not alone. The entire country is spending millions and billions on temporary accommodation, and if somebody rocks up, you can't say, well, we ain't got a house or we ain't got no money, sleep on the park bench till we can find somewhere. You have to find residents, if they fit the legal entitlement. You have to find somewhere for them to live, whether it be a B&B, a hotel, whatever, until you can sort something out. So we did declare a housing crisis, housing emergency, and all parts of the council are to do whatever they can to actually improve the situation. I'll make it as broad as that. I did say earlier I have a predisposition towards RSLs. I know colleagues certainly on this bench along here go around many sites in our borough, and what residents of Swale need, what residents of Sheppey need, is decent, affordable accommodation. Now, I've always objected to that word affordable, because it isn't to the vast majority of residents, but tied in with that affordable tag is actually social housing, which I fully support. It is 99.9% of the time the best quality, the best price housing anyone can actually ever get. And I would defend that to the death. And that is vastly in need on the Isle of Sheppey. Yes, councillors sitting in this chamber over the years agreed, oh no, you can't afford to give us any social housing on the Isle of Sheppey, so we'll allocate you 0%. Really? I mean, that was benefiting the island, wasn't it? That's why I say, you know, decisions have consequences further down the line. We desperately need decent, affordable housing on the Isle of Sheppey. There's over, I think, 800 families on the housing register on Sheppey. You know, they desperately need them. Some people have been there 10 years. Some people are going to be another 20 years before they actually get a home of their own. And there are people, you know, I've got my own home, so why should I worry? Well, actually, I should worry. We should be worrying about our children and our grandchildren and what's going to be there for them coming down the line. There's a decent developer, and I don't say that lightly, put forward a proposition for accommodating some of our residents, and we should be looking at it extremely seriously because, as I say, enough of us go round the borough to different sites, no names, no pag drill, which are not decent quality, which are not something I would spend tuppence halfpenny on to rent, let alone buy. But what you're getting with an RSL is something decent and affordable that's going to be there going into the future. And those are the sort of people, Mr. Chairman, that we should be encouraging in this borough, not kicking them in the teeth and saying go away because you're not going to give us enough infrastructure. If they offered up 100 mil, it wouldn't be enough to cover the things that this council has let slide in the past. And I don't think that they should be paying the price for what councillors have let go. I can't say that often enough, and that's the last thing I'm going to say on this, because I've got to get home to get back here tonight for planning training. Thanks.
Oh well, look at you. I'm sure we're all envious of your planning training. But thank you for your words. Just going back to what was said by the parish council, was a particular point about, you know, what constitutes affordable. Perhaps that's something that can be picked up as part of the session on the 106, because there's affordable housing, and we've heard that from Councillor Harrison, who's alluded to social housing, which I think social rented, probably what she had in mind. But it comes in different forms, and this is no different. So perhaps that can be picked up as part of that session.
Certainly so,
and
yeah.
By then, Parish Council will have had opportunity to look at the legal agreement.
Might it just be worth saying then, sir, with that in mind, just pointing them to Schedule 6 of it, if there's obviously a lot to read in it, but Schedule 6 would be the right place.
There is, and I can't help thinking that, I'm putting you on the spot here, Mr. Walters. If you could spare 5 or 10 minutes with everybody or someone from the parish council just to talk them through it, because I think that would help them during that session. Then they can go away and read it for themselves in the context of that.
That's a good idea.
I've shared I've sent a copy across.
Okay, well that's really helpful. Thank you for that. Just to sort of wrap up this session and to think about planning balance. We've talked about planning balance in sort of, I suppose, a pure sense. It's probably worth reminding everybody that if, as is common ground between the two main parties, we're in paragraph 11 of the National Planning Policy Framework. It's a matter for the benefits to be significantly and demonstrably outbalanced by the harm, rather than the conventional normal balance. It's sometimes referred to as a tilted balance, but that's the language of it, significantly, demonstrably. And again, I don't want to put words in the parish council's mouth, but I think the parish council is telling me that it's, in its view, the harm does significantly, demonstrably outweigh the benefits, and that's my understanding. And perhaps after the lunch break, if I've got that wrong, the parish council will put me right. But rather than put you on the spot, I'll give you the lunch break to think about it. Okay, I think that feels like we're at the end of the main issues. Was there anything anybody had in mind they wanted to say that hasn't been said? Okay.
No, not from us at this. I just wanted to so that I can sort of get a flavour as what we're doing after lunch. On other matters, I suspect that was in there as a bit of a, we'll see what comes up kind of thing. I just wondered whether or not, if there were any, just so we can be thinking about it over the lunch break, if there is anything. Is there anything specific at the moment that you would seek to go into under other matters? And then obviously we'll come in due course to conditions and
as things stand, no.
Okay.
I'm expecting, because it was really, as you said, it was almost in any other business that stuff that crops up. I don't think there is anything. I couldn't help noticing. I've got an email. I've not looked at it. I suspect it's the Kent local plan, transport local plan 5. But I'll double check that over lunch, and I'll feed back. Well, let's hope it is. I'll have a look at that. I'll double check the 106 based on the changes you've alluded to, and I think that will get us probably around item 5, unless anybody else has anything.
No, that's
so we'll almost certainly go straight into item 6, which will be the there's quite a bit to work through there, so there's a bit of work to be done. It's 1:15, a bit later than I'd hoped. If we take a full hour for lunch and resume at 10 past, will that give everybody opportunity to do the things we've talked about and also get themselves something to eat and a bit of air?
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're adjourned now until 10 past. Thank you, everybody. I think we're all here, bar Councillor Nundy. Fair enough. We'll hold on then. Okay, time is now nearly 2:15. The hearing is resumed. Once I got my thoughts together, I think there are a few sort of update points, so we can probably deal with those under other matters on the agenda. I'll tell you what they are, and then we can talk about them. Fivefold. The first is the site visit, and I suppose there are 2 points to that. One, making arrangements to make sure I take Mr. Hodges up on his offer. The first thing, he described, he's not here now, but he described his property as Scocles Manor. Is that a Scocles Court, the listed building? They one in the same?
Yes, it's been referred to as both names at various times, but they're one and the same property. Yes.
Well, I've been calling it Court, I think, but just because that's what the national listing says, I think. But I'll double check that. But I just wanted to make sure I was going to the right place. Firstly, the second point: have we got via the council? We got lines of communication with him in terms of letting him know when I'm going to be there. You've excellent, brilliant. Thank you, Councillor Jays. That's very helpful. I don't suppose I won't be able to firm that up until we know what time we've finished here. But the way things stand, I'm hoping we'll finish in the not too distant future, and it'll be some point this afternoon. But I'll go to him first. It seems to me, because then that would hopefully make life easier for him. Okay, that's helpful. The other point was about the if I can call it an itinerary, the list of things.
We've been working on that, sir. We've all been talking off.
Brilliant, well done.
We've even turning it into a plan.
Oh, excellent. You have a plan. Oh, wow.
We've got a plan.
That looks impressive. Wow, good work. Nothing like a deadline to get people.
Perhaps we can just, if we give it you and then just talk it through.
Yeah, please. That would be helpful. Yeah. No, let's do it, please.
So it's been...
Yeah, so get rid of that. It's a hazard.
I think it's this plan here, which is welcome to just tear out my LVI.
Yeah, I think I'm just being shown a plan for the benefit of people at home, and it's essentially a page from the landscape and visual impact assessment, which has been annotated with input from all three parties, I think. And if you can spare it to come out, or do you want to have a copy made of it for me to take the copy?
I think we're content for you to just take it, sir. Really, we've all agreed what's in it. So
okay. Well, I don't want the whole shebang. I just want the drawing, because then that creates potential issues about notes and that sort of thing on it. And I think I could do with avoiding that. So that's it. I think everybody's seen it. And go on. You tell me. Go on. I'll hold it up.
You drive from Eastchurch
along
the lower road all the way to Cowstead Corner roundabout.
Okay.
There's a cycle link there, and there is the routes over here, which I think you might have seen before, but essentially there's potential to provide links across our site, and also links to the north as well. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted you to go to that roundabout there.
Yeah.
These are suggested walking routes just to assess, just to view the local viewpoints that were assessed in the LVA.
Okay, from the north, yeah.
One potential walking or driving route from the proposed four-arm roundabout up to the Abbey. So I don't know how safe that is to walk. Maybe a drive would be safer.
Well, I've certainly done the southern part, the ancient to the site. I'll take a view on it when I actually see it, when I go up there. So for the benefit of people at home, that's to the north of the site, yeah.
And I guess you could then once you're there, you could do a short trip down that public right-of-way there.
Okay, yeah. I've got that on my my drawings as well, my OS, yeah.
Suggested, so this was the local ridge line we were talking
Oh,
about.
yeah, yep.
So there's two viewpoints there, and you were right, the water tower is on that ridge line.
Okay, all right. All right, that's reassuring. Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful. Oh, good. Well, that sounds like everybody's in agreement on that, and that's a.
The plan is to do the cycle links.
Okay. All right. So that's what you've put together. Okay. This is Councillor Whiting. Thank you, Councillor. Okay, that's really helpful, everybody. I'll do everything on there, and possibly more, depending on what I feel I want to look at. So that's a site visit. We'll have to come back to a specific time for Mr. Hodges once we know. Second point I had was just to let you know I've received. I've got somebody's kindly produced the paper copies of the extracts of the County Council's Local Transport Plan 5. So I've got those. Those are pages 51 and 77, or was it 79? Anyway, it's whatever they were. And I've got a PDF version of the entire document which came in via the case officer in Bristol. So I've got all of that. It's very helpful. Has the Parish Council had opportunity to now look at the unilateral, not the unilateral undertaking at all, it's the legal agreement, the Section 106 agreement, and Mr. Walters, did you sort of help to sort of talk the parish councillors and Clark through it?
Yes, so we've sent a copy through and we went through the affordable housing provisions in there, which is what the parish wanted to discuss. Okay,
that's helpful. Thank you. We'll talk through the document itself in a moment. What else have I got? Oh yeah, thank you to whoever arranged for a copy of the comparison Section 106 documents. I've also got those, which are helpful. The only other thing I had was something that you alluded to this morning, Mr. Sorry, your name escapes me. Greenwood, thank you. I almost called you Goodall, and I knew it was wrong. Mr. Greenwood, excuse me. Yeah, you alluded to occupants, owners, possibly, of Scocles Farm, and potentially that they for reasons unknown, you tell me that they were notified by letter, I think. They tell you they've only recently come to be aware of the proposals, can't attend today, wanted to put something in writing. Has the council received anything from them yet?
No, I've just checked and we haven't received anything. So we wrote to them around sort of between 9 and 9:30 this morning and advised them that they need to submit something today. So
okay,
I guess if we don't receive anything by the close of the hearing, then
all right. We'll if anything does crop up, please let me know.
Yeah, I think my colleague will probably pop in if something is received.
All right. Any other loose ends before we move back into the agenda? No?
Not from our side, thank you.
Okay, I think we can go now to the conditions and planning obligations. Perhaps do that the other way round, maybe planning obligations first rather than conditions, on the basis that it's probably freshest in everybody's mind, particularly the parish council, because you've just been looking at it and trying to make sense of it. I mean, there's obviously an overlap with the fourth main issue. We've talked about provision, and I understand the parties' positions on this. What I'd really like to focus on, is understanding what Section 106 is seeking to do, and then whether there's a view on whether it actually does it. Now, I think the answer to the latter point is that the appellant and the council think that it does, because you're ready to sign it. So I don't think that needs to take all that much time. But could again, I'm looking at you, Mr. Walters. Could you just give us the headlines of what it's intended to do, and see if it tallies with my list? Well, I tell you what, because I've got a.
I mean, I can start if you want.
Do you know what? I'm rather than delegate, let me take the lead on this.
I'm happy to take it.
I've written a sort of a list.
Of course.
And let me talk you through it. So this is what I think it includes. So there's again, a lot of these things have been alluded to already, but not all of them, not expressly anyway. So the first one is to do with the off-site mitigation for the European sites, the SPA, Special Protection Area, Ramsar, off-sites associated with the Thames Medway and Swale Estuaries Strategic Access Management and Monitoring Strategy. So there's payments towards that, and these things kind of conceptually and again, please correct me if I got this wrong, anyone on behalf of the appellant or indeed anybody else, but these are intended to discourage people from going to these areas, particularly with dogs and predatory animals, cats. So in the hope that any sort of impact from the development is mitigated, and in simple terms, it's an alternative to give people an alternative to those that's accessible. Is that the gist of it?
Yeah, you go for it.
Yes, so that's exactly the reason for this that element, that schedule within the 106 is that mitigation.
Yeah, and there's a local policy that's been developed, I think, with Natural England, which has a sort of a calculator and a formula that will deliver up this strategic assets alternative for residents of this development. I mean, obviously, other people will be able to access it. It won't be exclusively for residents of a development if it were to go forward, but it would be there for them. Have I got that right?
Yeah, it effectively sort of mitigates the additional recreational pressures arising from the increased population, some of which will be likely to walk dogs, etc., in the areas where these birds are wintering.
Okay, thank you. I'll skip on to the other obligations. These are all payments for or towards the delivery of additional SEND, and this is special educational needs, places and or additional special educational facilities within the borough to serve the needs of a development. Then there's new SEND school site. Again, this is payments towards or delivery. Then there's equipment and resources for adult education centres, including at Sheerness and outreach provision to increase capacity in service. Then, again, these are all payments, again, additional equipment and resources to the integrated children's services in Swale, including outreach provision. Resources, equipment, book stock, including digital infrastructure and reconfiguration of space at local libraries serving the development, including at Minster. Special adult social care accommodation, assistive technology systems and equipment to adapt homes, adapt community facilities and changing places within Swale. Then additional capacity of Sheerness all Sittingbourne household waste recycling centre and Sittingbourne waste transfer station. This is still on payments. Refuse, recycling, food waste bin and kitchen caddy provision for dwellings within the development. Refurbishment, reconfiguration and or extension of existing general practice and other healthcare premises covering the area of the development, provision of new premises for general practice or healthcare services in the community in line with healthcare infrastructure strategy for the area. Still on payments, construction of a multi-user path between Scocles Road and Scocles Road and Thistle Hill Way through Thistle Hill Community Woodland running parallel to Lower Road.
So I don't know if that's now been removed. It'll be secured by condition 27. I think it might have been removed.
Good, because the next text I hit was MB. The officer's report says this might be dealt with by a condition. And now it was in the May 6th version, but it's now come out.
That's now come out.
We have actually. Have we printed it yet? The track changes.
May have done it. I may not have picked it up.
No, don't worry. So we not at all. Anyway, we've done a comparison version.
So the condition is which? Sorry.
I think it's 27 off the top of my head, sir.
All right. Well, I tell you what. When we come to it, you tell me, please. So that's out of planning obligation.
It is, and it is 27, sir. Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Right, which brings us to the bus service, which we've talked about, connecting the development to Tesco and Sheerness via Scocles Road, Thistle Hill Way, Plover Road, Barton Hill Road, Drive, Minster Road, Halfway Road, High Street, Millennium Way and Bridge Road for up to 4 years. I should say that all of these things are based on the 6th May version, so that there may be some change. I've not had a chance to this is just a note I put together trying to summarise them.
Yeah, the figures, none of those figures have changed, sir, but the bus routing is slightly different in the...
The route's changed. Could you tell us about that, please? Because bearing in mind, I've just told people it's something else.
Sir, so the wording in the final version in the interpretation of the schedule of bus service means a new bus service and or enhancements to existing services to serve the development to provide a sustainable means of transport that would connect the development to Tesco's in Sheerness. Okay,
I'll go back and look at that, but I understand. I suppose it's a more flexible form of wording by the sounds of it, rather than being prescriptive of the specific route. Do you know what the driver was behind that? Was it because just to make it more appealing to an operator? What?
It was to provide that sort of flexibility. So it was a similar route in any way, but it just provided with that, rather than being very prescriptive about that route, it gave that flexibility.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Nearly there on the payments. The voucher for sustainable travel modes, either bus, cycle or rail voucher for each dwelling. And lastly, on payments, mitigation of increased use of public rights of way network and impacts on landscape and visual amenity of wider network. Okay, that takes us to the final 2 bullet points. The first is all reasonable endeavours. Again, this is all based on the wording from the May 6th version. All reasonable endeavours to secure a section 278, that would be under the Highways Act 1980, highways agreement with the local highway authority to deliver pedestrian links between Scocles Road and Scocles Court, Scocles Farm, and Queen Anne Close.
I think that's been struck out now.
Has it?
That's the other thing that's changed.
And what was the thinking behind that coming out?
Again, it was secured by condition.
Right. So. Can you, someone who's quick on the draw?
I think 26 is requires 3 metre wide shared use footway cycleway alongside lower road, then refers to a drawing.
So it's 26.
It's 26.
These I did because we're doing it this way around. My notes are on the conditions, querying which on. I was probably querying the necessity of a condition when it was in the 106, but it's sort of been turned on its head now. So I understand anyway. So that falls away. Which just leaves the affordable housing one, which we've talked about already, and we've got these 2 options. One involves grant funding, and the other, which consequentially yields a higher proportion of affordable housing on site, and the other is, can I put it this way, the more conventional 25%, which is, I think, in line with the council's normal policy. Is that fair to say?
The policy is nil on the island. The 25% is secured through recycled grant funding. So that's
okay.
Just dwelling on that just for a moment, so you've understand the background. I'm sure. Yeah, the Swale is an area that takes a sort of. It's a borough that takes a sub-area, this is the right way of describing it, approach to what the target is for affordable housing. And just to give you a reference, it's policy DM8, which is page 233 of their local plan. And just to give you a flavour as to what that involves very briefly, the default, the sort of all other areas default, is 40% affordable, but it starts to go down at particular locations. So for Faversham and urban extensions to Faversham, it's 35%. For Sittingbourne and urban extensions to Sittingbourne and Iwade, it's 10%. And for the Isle of Sheppey, it's 0%. So that's the way the policy is structured. Just for your interest or information, the reason that it's structured in that way is because of viability work that went into the promulgation of the local plan, which was done on a sort of postcode by postcode basis, looking at what house values were in the different areas and how viable it would be to encourage development in the different areas, having regard to needs to bring forward housing whilst providing affordable housing. And the nutshell of it, as you can tell from the fact that Sheppey is earmarked for 0% affordable, is that it was considered at the time of the local plan, and indeed still now in updated work that's been commissioned by this council, that the viability challenges on Sheppey are so great, i.e. the values are so challenging, that that no affordable housing at all should be expected of new developments coming forward. So anyway, that's the background to that.
That's helpful. Do you see it otherwise, Mr. Mr. Greenwood, excuse me. Apologies. Do you see it otherwise? Do you want us to correct that or in any way or add to what Mr. Simons has said? I mean, the point about the policy specifically, which is lost it. DM8.
Yeah. No, I mean that's absolutely correct. And yeah, it's resulted in a historic under-delivery of affordable housing on the Isle of Sheppey.
Okay, so in terms of, again, it comes back to sort of necessity within the tests. Is there a need? Again, I've got to choose my words carefully here. No doubt there are people in housing need, but from a policy perspective, is it necessary to provide this out? I know it's part of a proposal.
Yes. To provide, do you mean option B in particular?
Well, any.
Any
affordable.
I mean, the policy position is 0%. On the other hand, there is a flexibility, if that's the right word. And do you have the policy in front of you, sir?
I can find it.
It might just be worth it just to have this conversation, if that's all right. So if you've got the local plan...
Well, it's one of the very many things I've got open.
Great.
I've got so many things open that it might take me a moment to
Okay,
to find it.
no problem, obviously.
Including documents to do with a completely unrelated case, which isn't helping matters. It's
not at all.
Tell you what, I'm going to just open it again.
Not at all,
sir. It'll be quicker to...
not at all.
Let's go back. Policy. Right. And I think you told me it's page 333.
It is the paginated 233 in the pagination.
Excuse me.
Not at all.
Right, that's a couple of 4 pages back from that in the PDF, I think.
Yes.
No. Excuse me, I'm misleading myself now. Where are we? Yeah, I got it.
Right, sir. So you'll see in a number of sub paragraphs. The first one is that sub area table that I've just talked you through.
Yeah.
Have you got that? And then obviously Isle of Sheppey's at the top, 0%. That's what I was just speaking to a minute ago.
Okay.
Just to check you've got that.
Yeah.
And then if you scan down through 2, 3, 4, 5, nothing to say really about any of them. But 6 over the page is worth just noting. In 6 over the page...
This is 6 in the box.
In the box,
yeah.
Sorry, yeah. So point 6 within the blue policy box, so the final subparagraph of the policy. What 6 says is that if, having set out all of those targets above, it says that if evidence demonstrates the economic conditions or the proposed characteristics of the development, and you've heard about some of the characteristics of this development, or its location have positively changed the impact of viability of the provision of affordable housing, i.e. from what it was assumed to be at the time of the plan, that was 2017. The council will seek a proportion of affordable housing closer to the assessed level of need, or higher, indeed. So, it could even be greater.
So that's a 40%?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
If development viability is not compromised, and essentially, on an agreed basis, we all agree that the development viability would not be compromised in this case and indeed that there is evidence that demonstrates that the proposed characteristics of this particular development make it such that a higher percentage than 0% it can be delivered. And so there is therefore, applying the sort of strict letter of the policy, there's scope for DMA, for a sort of, if you like, a 25% or even a 40%. affordable provision to accord with DM8, even though it's more than what DM8, even though it's more than the DM8-1 starting point in the table. And just to sort of follow that through one more step, it's quite important, even if in the end you don't put any weight, and we're not inviting you for reasons I've said, to put weight on option B, because option B is not, no guarantee about option B for reasons we've canvassed. But even though that's so, and we're saying put the weight on option A, please, because we think it accords with DM8, put the weight on option A, it's quite important on our submission to you anyway, that you don't strike out or using a blue pencil clause or indicate that option B is not appropriate. And the reason for that is the intention remains to actually deliver option B. And the way that the two options are worded is such that if option B weren't there, we're actually constrained to option A. It doesn't say 25% or higher, it just says 25%. We wouldn't be able to come forward with a 41%, 41.5% affordable housing scheme under option A. We'd actually need to come back and amend the obligation. So even if you were to say, if you were minded obviously to go along with this in general, if you were minded to put weight on option A as you know, how much weight can I give the delivered affordable housing? I've got to look to option A because that's the only thing that's actually guaranteed. That's obviously, that's fine by us, because that's what we're asking you to do. But when it comes to any sort of further analysis of the 106, it's important that we retain those options in there, even if you're not giving any positive weight to option B in the determination of this appeal. If that makes sense. Sorry.
Well,
yeah.
I follow it, and what was said before lunch was tremendous assistance to me following it.
Thank
so
you.
yeah, no, I get the point. I get what you're asking me to do.
Thank you very much. And just to say, I'm almost done on this. As it, just to tie it all into Regulation 122 of the community and infrastructure, community infrastructure levy regulations. And you asked us about necessity, obviously, which is Reg 122, Reg 12 sub-regulation 2 is where we get necessary, directly related, and fairly and reasonably related, and all of that stuff. Of course, what Reg 122 says is a planning obligation may only constitute a reason for granting planning permission for the development if the obligation is ... necessary and other things. So what we're saying so far as Regulation 1222 is that we're only asking you to find, if you like, option A, to put weight on option A as being, quote, within the meaning of the regulation, a reason for granting planning permission. That's fine, but that doesn't mean, and so it's option A that has to pass the test of necessity and all the other things. That's fine. When it comes to option B, we're not asking you to put weight on it. We're therefore not asking for you to find under Regulation 1222 that it is a, quote, reason for granting planning permission, etc. Therefore, it's not subject to the test of necessity or the other tests either. But we are nonetheless, for reasons I've indicated, asking you to essentially leave it untouched because it will provide that flexibility in the future.
Is there what was sometimes referred to as a blue pencil clause in the agreement, because it becomes a bit academic if there isn't one?
No, there normally is, and if you just give me a couple of minutes, I'll just find it, or I'll just check. But I'd be quite surprised if we didn't have one in there, but I'll just have a look. We could. Happy to move on to another topic if you'd like, and then I'll just keep.
Yeah, I think we probably ought to, if you can just be checking in the background, Mr. Simons. So what we've talked about is what's in the agreement and what it attempts to do. We've talked about the need for...
I'm so sorry, sir, I found it. I might as well just jump back in while it's fresh.
Okay.
So sorry to interrupt you.
No, go for it,
in the initial, before you get to the schedules, so in the actual main body of the agreement itself, you'll see that the definitions are in section 1, a long list of definitions.
Yeah.
And then you'll see interpretation is in section 2, legal basis is in section 3. And then at section 4, there is a heading called conditionality. I don't know whether you've got, but I'll just say, I don't know whether you've actually got it in front of you, but
I can. Just bear with me. I'm still in my local plan
not at
here.
all.
Which page are we on?
That's a very
Might
good
save
question,
me
sir.
some
But
time.
unfortunately, hang on, my one, the page numbers have all gone. So it's
is it a Word document or a PDF?
Mine has been converted to a PDF and has lost all of its page numbers, so I can't help. I've got, if you can find section 4 in the it should be, say, 10 pages in.
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
not page 9 on the Word document.
Page 9. Thank you so much. Page 9.
Just bear with me.
Not at all.
Getting there. I think I've gone too far. I have gone too far. Right, I've got it. Conditionality.
Thank you so much. And it's standard stuff, but if you look at 4.2, so 4.1 is the general idea that for this deed to actually happen, you need planning permission. So that's 4.1. But then 4.2 says is that if in determining the appeal, you or the Secretary of State say in your decision letter that any of the things in the deed aren't material or can be given no weight or don't constitute a reason for granting planning permission, then those things won't be enforceable and shall cease to have effect within the deed. Which would mean that we could not be obliged to do any of those things. I am wondering whether or not it might be worth a tweak to that clause, just having had this discussion with you, because we are asking you to find that, as I've just explained, that option B is not to be a reason for granting planning permission under Reg 122, but nonetheless we are asking it to be retained. And I'm not sure the solicitors, because that's boilerplate language, essentially 4.2. It's what you do. It's what you'd see in any Section 106 agreement.
Well, that's what was sort of on my mind.
I'm not convinced that really captures or what's the word, sort of translates into this optionality for option. But what it should say, but doesn't say at the moment, is that other than in respect of the language around option B, then all the other things won't be enforceable or will cease to have effect if you don't focus. Otherwise, we're actually biting off our nose to spite our face inadvertently. So I do wonder whether, I mean, there's nothing controversial about that, but I do wonder whether the final version would need to have that exclusion of the option B language from the blue pencil clause, because otherwise we were in a bit of a tricky situation.
I understand the point. It sounds like something to be taken away.
I think it's for us to take away and just discuss with that we've not got our 106 solicitors here, but and that does then lead me to think that we're probably going to be asking you for 21 days, but 21 days rather than 14, just to make sure that we've got that sorted out.
It's a sort of for benefit of anybody trying to listen in and understand. This is quite a nuts and bolts thing. It's not. It's just ensuring that the wording of the legal agreement does what it's intended to do, rather than anything else, as I understand.
Thank you, sir. No, it doesn't change. I mean, it's. Thank you for raising it, because I'm not sure we would have noticed that tension on our own. But that's something that we'll take away and agree with the council. Okay.
I think that sort of completes the well, this is what it is, and this is what it's trying to do. And it sort of brings us back to the parish council's points about, well, the Remain infrastructure issues on the island, and the development is going to have an effect in that regard. Was there anything else generally or specific to the legal agreement that you wanted to say on this? Well, anybody, but I'm looking at you in particular, Councillor Nundy.
Thank you, sir. Not a great deal. We don't think that the Section 106 agreement goes far enough to actually mitigate the harm that we feel the application will cause. I accept that 0% obligation for affordable housing would suggest that the Isle of Sheppey isn't the right place for that development, if that's the target. Perhaps there are other areas in the borough that could be considered for this development that do need the affordable housing. That's all I've got. I know Councillor Jays has got a few points to raise though, so I'll let him continue, sir.
Sorry, mine are on the conditions, not 106, so I'll wait for the...
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you, Councillor.
Might would just be worth saying in response, I'm sure this is clear, but the 0% figure in the plan does not reflect a lack of need. Quite the opposite. In fact, it's been the generator of a great deal of need. It doesn't reflect a lack of need, it reflects a lack of assumed viability of delivery. So when
you say need, you're talking about affordable housing?
I'm sorry, for affordable housing, I should have said, yes, the 0% affordable housing target does not reflect a lack of need for affordable housing. On the contrary, it's the very opposite. It is just to show that how hard the council thought it was going to be to bring forward schemes that actually deliver any affordable on the Isle.
Okay. Anything else on the 106 before we move on? I think I've been asked for 21 days.
So that would be, just to square that off, 1, 2, 3. It would be to get it to you by close of play on the 10th of Tuesday, the 10th of June.
Let me.
That's convenient to you.
Let me see what that looks like in my diary.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah. That would work from my point of view.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll work on that basis. Sort of close of play, 10th of June, for completing the 106, which it sounds like it's likely to involve an adjustment to that clause 4.2 in the conditionality section to address the option B point. Yes, Councillor Nundy.
So there was just one other point regarding the Section 106, and it's about the amount of money for medical services. I've done the calculation quickly at lunch, and it only works out to being, when I say only, around £500,000, which sounds like quite a lot of money to me, but I think when you were to look at the practicalities of that, how long would that money actually last? By the time the development had completed, half of that money at least would have already been spent, if not more. And so the detrimental impact of having the extra houses would, by the time that money's been spent, the house has been built, so it's almost null and void. If you see where I'm trying to come from, I don't think I've explained that particularly well, but I think I've made my point clear enough.
I think I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, you're telling me that that money would, before the residents are sort of in and going to benefit from it.
Yeah.
The money would have been spent. Is what you're suggesting to me?
Yes, sir. It would be similar to the money for the bus as well.
Okay.
And that was the healthcare. Well, just to check, was that the healthcare contribution you were talking about? Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sorry. I suppose it's worth maybe saying that although there is an obligation for us to contribute towards healthcare facilities in accordance with the formula that's been put to us by the CCG, or as it was, and agreed by us, it's not the obligation of this scheme to pay in perpetuity for the treatment of either the people who live in it or the people who live in the area, obviously, because there does come a point where the baton gets passed by the planning system back to the NHS itself, which is obviously funded through central taxation and has a statutory obligation to treat people. So it's not right to sort of, if you like, be judging this scheme. I'm not suggesting that's what the council is doing, but it wouldn't be right to judge this scheme by the yardstick of, will it continue to pay for all of the NHS services for all of these people into the future? Because that's just not the way. It's not the way our system's set up. It's got to be targeted at specific interventions, and those are identified through the contribution and through the formula.
That's okay. Anything else before we move on to conditions?
Not from our side, thank you.
Okay.
Not from us either, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right, we will move to conditions, and let me just get my notes up. I think it's probably just going to have to be a case of us going through them in sequence. There are some... I see a few sort of themes that I spotted that I'll flag. I don't want to kind of pick these up individually. And it's a case of finding my piece of paper that I wrote them on. Here we go. So in a moment I will go through them sequentially, not kind of line by line, but just to make sure we cover them off collectively. There's the use of the term agreed. I think generally speaking, if conditions, if planning permission were to be granted, it's, obviously it's a big if. I've got to go through this process because that's one of the scenarios I have to have in mind. If planning permission were to be granted and if conditions are imposed, use of the term agreed is not normally used. It's approved, and there seems to be a bit of variety within some of the language of the condition. So I think what I'd look to do is use approved, so approved in writing, for example, rather than agreed in writing with the council, is what I'd aim to do. I'd also, some of them have just approved, others have approved in writing, so I would include in writing ordinarily. I think local planning authority is sort of, there's some reference to planning authority, there's some reference to local authority. Again, I think they would all have to be local planning authority. There's a range of terms like would, will, should, must. Again, for consistency's sake and certainty's sake, I think they would all transform into shall. So just with that, those series of umbrella thoughts.
Could I ask, do you want the parties to be, would you like an updated schedule from us, or would you like to make these changes yourself?
It would be helpful. Just if you can pick up those points, I think that would be helpful.
We'll do that. Thank you, sir, and we'll obviously try and resubmit it to you.
So I'm not going to pick up those particular points. So I suggest we just go through these sequentially. The first three are all about implementation and reserve matters. And other than some of the things I've alluded to already, nothing caught my eye. So unless anybody else has got anything on 1, 2, 3, I think we can move on to 4.
I'll just point out that the 12 months for the submission of the reserve matters is accelerated over what would normally be applied because the deliverability of the scheme in a timely manner was something that was advanced as a benefit of the proposal.
And it's a matter agreed between you. Okay, I understand that. Thank you. 4 really small points. phasing plan. It's at the beginning it's in capitals, and then midway down, third sentence it's not in capitals. So I think perhaps whoever's doing the edits, if that can be capitals, and then at the very end, approved plan, that would probably be a capital P plan, because it's referring to the phasing plan, presumably. Oh, there's two paragraphs, of course. So that was the first paragraph. The second paragraph, I must admit, I was struggling with. Any reference to a phase of the development within the permission shall be taken to be a reference to phases as indicated within the phasing plan submitted under this condition. I wasn't quite sure I understood what that meant, which might have been condition fatigue, although it says only at number 4. But maybe I wasn't in the zone by that stage, or maybe I hadn't got my condition head on. But my note to myself was, what does this mean? Maybe I'm being thick. What does it mean?
I mean, I suppose it may. Well, yeah. What is being gotten at is that elsewhere in the other conditions, when you see reference to something that's known as a phase, capital P, it means that we are talking about a phase, capital P, that had been identified in the phasing plan. I think that's all it's doing.
Right. Okay. Maybe I was just being a bit slow when I read it. If someone with a keener mind than mine can give some thought to how that might be better put, so that it's more immediately grasped, that might not be a bad thing. Okay, we'll move on to condition 5 if everybody's content. This is a sort of reliving what was said earlier about the references. I think. This is the one with when we've got the repeat of 001. I think that reference to 002 should be 001 again. That's the third from last reference, plan reference.
Yeah, that's correct. So I guess it's either amending that or just referring to those drawings by the title, because they are different.
Exactly.
Just for clarification.
I think it doesn't fall over as a consequence of them having a different title. Exactly. So I don't have a concern about that. The other thing was for getting the right reference for the parameters and what's it called? Where is it? No, maybe not. Assessment of land impact. No, I think these are okay actually. I had no, it is the parameters plan. It's the bottom one. I think the correct reference is not PP but PIP. But could somebody check that? Maybe not this instant, but if there's going to be another iteration of the conditions, if that could be done. And then there's a second point about which revision version we're on. I mean, I alluded to this in my opening, and I'll just flip back to my note on that so that I don't get it wrong. Plans. Yeah, the parameters plan. I think I've seen revisions from A up to D. And which one should be referred to?
Oh, well, Chair, so I think the difference there is the parameters plan. I think has stayed fixed. I need to just double check the references. But the illustrative master plan has evolved, but that's always evolved within the realms of that constraints plan. So whilst the illustrative master plan may have had those additional references you referred to, the parameters has remained.
Okay.
But again, we can pick that up when we're on the redrafting of that.
Yeah, just needs to be consistent, really.
But we're not referencing that illustrative master plans and approved
because
as an approved drawing, because it's purely for illustrative purposes.
It's certainly not listed in condition 5. So yes. Some of these works off-site, Do they belong here?
Yes, sir. I was just going to say there's a bit of confusion here. I think the revisions for 8, 9 and 10 in condition 5 referred to Kent County Council's consultation response of the 8th of June 2024. And then further on in condition 36, that refers to the National Highways suggested condition.
Yeah.
And unusually, although the National Highways, they responded about 3 weeks earlier than Kent, the revisions were later than the ones that Kent referred to.
Right.
So I just wonder whether we either take these ones out of... I think the off-site highway works should probably come out of condition 5.
Well, yeah, I'm not convinced any off-site stuff should be in 5.
Happy for them to be struck out.
It should all come out, definitely.
So can that be...
Yeah.
Let's not do it now.
No.
Take it away, rationalise. Please keep the parish council in the loop on this. I mean, it's quite sort of nuts and bolts stuff, but please be inclusive. It's essential. Okay, that's helpful. And yeah, please double check the references. All right, I think we can move on to 6. I didn't have anything on 6. Anybody got anything on 6? No?
Nope.
7, I didn't have anything other than to strike out a reference to urban with reference to sustainable drainage systems. I think the urban has been dropped a little while ago, so it's capital S, lowercase u for suburban, not suburban, for sustainable these days. So that can come out. I think the it's 1 to 3rd bullet point down. I think the urban can come out. Which brings us, I think, to 8, unless anybody else has got any. Oh yeah, Councillor Jays.
Thank you. Mine's on 8.
It's on 8.
It's where it says about 5 years from completion of development. If anything dies, replacing it. I'd like to see that as 10 years, so that everything around it that dies after that has grown roots.
Thank you. I put this one in red highlighter because not that it's not important. Bear in mind, landscaping is a reserved matter. I wasn't convinced that this was a matter for now. Isn't this a matter for the reserved matter stage?
It is. The comment, interestingly, that you've said that, the comment, the reason for the condition emerged out of comments from Swales urban designer. And, of course...
Well, like I said, it's obviously it's important.
No.
Is it for now?
That's my point, is that really the urban designer comments should be more feeding in at the reserved matters stage. That was where the 5 years came from, just to answer the question. So absolutely, it's a level of detail that we don't need.
Do you see it differently, Mr. Greenwood?
No, I mean that could equally be attached at landscaping reserve matters stage.
So for your own benefit, Councillor Jays, if it were to get planning permission, because landscape is a matter that all the detail will come in at a later date, the matter would be reviewed then, and at that stage a condition of this nature would be imposed. And I suppose a view would be taken on the length at that stage, would be at 5 or 10 or any other figure. So that's what this conversation's about. Okay, but I've noted your point. If it were to stay, I've noted your point about the 10 years. Okay, but it sounds like there's probably consensus from here. But please take it away, and if you think it doesn't belong, please remove in the next iteration. I think we can go on to 9 then. This is secured by design. I didn't have anything on this. Anybody? No. Okay. We can skip on to 10. This is putting a cap on the number of units. I don't have anything on that. We can go on to 11. Yeah, I just wondered about the first 2 bullet points, whether they're strictly necessary and things can change. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion about referencing the National Design Guides or the National Model Design Code. I suppose it, on the one hand, it provides a certain structure. On the other, it might offer pen reserve matters in a little. I don't know. I don't have a strong opinion.
Forgot his name. It gives us all, us and the council, some sort of expectation as to the sorts of matters, without going into an exhaustive list, that the design code and the master plan might seek to address or be informed by.
I suppose I'm thinking about the what if scenario of government between if this goes ahead, if it changes. So,
it's true.
Could it be rationalised down into a national design guide or code?
Yeah, that's in force. So it almost
that time.
Happy with that. Yeah, I mean that was requested by the urban design officer.
Yeah, understandably.
Yeah.
Let's do that. That would also potentially bring in the third bullet as well, which says any other design guide or code.
Well, I suppose
that's adopted at the time.
If some wordsmith could capture all of that in those three.
Yeah.
National, local, whatever the level. Okay, I'll leave that to you to bat around. All right, we'll move on to 12 if everybody's happy. Didn't have anything on this. There's a reference to an earlier condition 11. As ever, you've got to keep an eye on these. So if 8 comes out, could somebody keep an eye on that number being changed and not referring to the wrong? It'll be referring to itself if we're not careful. So just keep an eye on that. I think that brings us to 13. This was another one. I wondered, is this a reserved matter and not
it's
not pertinent?
Absolutely a reserved matter. Presumably this come from the urban designer as well.
Yeah, okay. I think this is covered by one already.
It will definitely be a reserved
my
matter.
Eye anyway, but I
certainly.
mean, please take it away. If you're content it doesn't belong and is a matter for the future, if this were to get planning permission, then please omit it. Okay, that takes us to 14. Archaeology. There is, in the penultimate main bullet point, reference, it says post-excavation assessment report shall be in accordance with Kent County Council's requirements and include that. I'm not really sure what that means, and I'm always uncomfortable with reference to third parties. I know county council's important, but they're not the local planning authority. So can I flag that as a potential issue for you to get to grips with, please?
I think unless there's a particular code or guidance we can refer to,
it feels woolly to my eye.
It needs to be basically removed, and it would read the assessment report shall include a description of whatever. But yeah, I don't think we can just refer to requirements without actually saying what they are.
Well, do please take it away. 15. I really am splitting hairs here. There's during construction / demolition. Is there any demolition involved with this?
That'll be a paste from another.
I wasn't sure whether there was something kind of hidden, but I was unaware of. So again, that probably needs to come out. I don't think anything would be lost if it were to stay in. But if we're again, we've got the sort of the three things at the end there. I think what are they? A, B, and C. It starts with the closure report shall include details of, and then it starts details of. So I think the details of can just be deleted against A and B. And it struck me that the third one probably isn't a third point. It's just a standalone, because it's not. I don't think it necessarily follows from a closure report shall include, does it? So it's just a standalone final paragraph, I think. Again, please take it away and see if you can make sense of it. Or no, it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's just better sense, I suppose. I didn't have anything on 16. Does anybody? No. 17. So it's to do with construction surface water management plan. Second sentence reads VCSWMP, which is that plan, shall detail new surface water and drainage. I think rather than will, shall be managed on the site during construction. I'm not sure it is submitted to and agreed by the LPA, because I think the rest of the text just ensures its delivery. Oh no, it's earlier. It's already covered. It's covered in the first sentence. So I think that text is it's probably just a drafting thing. It's just, I suspect it's been edited. Yeah, and it doesn't quite make sense in a second. So I think that again, if somebody can just give that an edit, but I think it's just a case of deleting in the second sentence the text is submitted to and agreed by the LPA. Right, got there in the end. 18 and 19. Yeah, Councillor Jays. Which one was it? Sorry.
Number 19.
19. Yeah, I didn't have anything on 18. 19. Go on.
So it's just obviously in regards to Scocles Court. I know the neighbouring development are using screw piles there. So if it's possible to condition screw piles rather than smash the ground and smash the building down, it'd be most welcome. Okay,
but is there not another condition? Is it the last one about piling?
Yeah, there's one at the end as well.
52. Okay, well we can pick that up at the same time. There was the wording here. So unless this is 19 now. So I'll read it. Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. through to 1700 hours, 5 in the afternoon, unless in association with an emergency. Is there such a thing as emergency piling? Is that a thing? I don't know. Would there be an emergency associated? We must do some piling. I don't know. It seems it surprises me. I'm not.
A fair comment. I mean, I think it's a standard condition recommended by our environmental health team.
Can it be checked?
Yeah.
Because
I'm happy to delete it.
All right. Please take it away. Check it. I think it's fairer and more certain for everybody for it just to be those hours and for be no ambiguity when it comes to it, because I can't envisage an emergency. Okay. Thank you. 20, I didn't have anything other than a really small drafting point. The penultimate bullet point, Ecological Clerk of Works, there's a nice acronym after that, but it doesn't feature again, so I don't think it's necessary. So that the ECOW can be deleted, I think. Well, I don't think it appears again, and it certainly doesn't appear again in the condition. Didn't have anything on 21, which is the Biodiversity Enhancement Plan, which we've just been talked about already. 22 is the Landscape Ecological Management Plan. Don't have anything of substance on that. The only point I had, and it's kind of echoes of something I said earlier, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7th bullet point down, details of a body or organisation responsible for implementation of the plan. I'm assuming that again, it's lowercase p. I'm assuming it's the LEMP, the LEMP, which is referred to on first line. So if so, let's be consistent with the language there. And I think the same point probably flows through to the final paragraph as reference to plan in the second sentence, for instance.
first as well, the implementation of the plan.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my notes. So, yeah, so this is the last paragraph of 22. The LEMP shall also include details of legal and funding mechanisms by which the long-term implementation of the plan, the LEMP, will be secured by the developer and the management body responsible for its... Yeah. Shouldn't... That's something that should be included, and which is that long list of bullet points. So rather than say it should be included, just why not add it as a bullet point? I might suggest. And then there's a few other plans, but actually below that, the following sentence talks about what it should include. Which, so again, perhaps just that's another bullet point. And then the approved plan is sentence at the very end, I think, is a standalone paragraph sentence. Did that make sense, what I just said? Yeah. Okay. Just a drafting thing, really, not a content thing. So, 23. Yeah, we're on to off-site works, aren't we here? The drawing, I think, is the right number. We've got 24. We've got the smoking gun of both numbered 03/001 and 03/001. That's a kind of a confession, isn't it? So perhaps just for the reference to those drawings, the titles again, that consistent with condition 5, just so it's really clear because I think we understand what we're talking about, but at some point in the future, if this ever happens, is something that would help people. Yeah, Councillor Nundy.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we would prefer if that number was a lot lower than 300.
Okay.
Maybe 100. Just to make sure that the associated infrastructure that is promised in the application in terms of the highways is met at a far earlier opportunity.
Just for the benefit of people who are following online, but this condition, as it's currently drafted, says no more than 300 dwellings hereby approved shall be occupied until vehicular access onto Scocles Road and the A2500 Lower Road, respectively, as indicated on the drawings, and a spine road connecting the two have been constructed and opened for use in accordance with details to be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. So Parish Council essentially asking for a lower threshold for that, not 300 dwellings, lower and ideally closer to 100, I think is what you said, Councillor.
The trigger for, so it's worth just noting, of course, as an obvious point, but you can't do anything without a primary access in the first place, and so condition 23 that we've just been over requires the works to the main roundabout to be constructed before anything else happens, and then what we're talking about by the time we get to condition 24 is a further access and further works along Lower Road, as you've just said. So those works are not required, so say the County Council, and obviously we County Council is Highways Authority, and we agree at the beginning, because you don't have enough homes, or certainly the homes haven't spread far enough to the south in order to warrant them or justify them. But they obviously will be required as you move into later phases of the development, because that's where you're getting down towards Lower Road where the impacts are going to be. And so this trigger of 300 is most of all really a technical requirement of the Highways Authority more than anything else. It's because once you get above 300, you need two accesses and you need those works to Lower Road to have happened. And it also relates to the way in which the development's proposed to be phased. So that's where it's come from.
That's noted, but I also note your point, Councillor Nundy. Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's lines of sight here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so that's 24. We can move on to 25. Gosh, we're nearly halfway. 25, I didn't have anything on. Is there anything from the room? This is the, Councillor Nundy.
Hi, so this is the same for 25, 26
okay.
and 27, and I think I'm going to get a very similar response to the last
This is
point.
your opportunity to say it, so
yeah,
please do.
Thank you. It currently reads, prior to the occupation of any dwelling access from Scocles Road, but we think that should be 25, 26, 27, should be prior to the occupation of any dwelling, irrespective as to whether or not it's access from Scocles Road or the lower road, once again for the same. You know, I appreciate that the original condition has been put in for the interest of highway safety and convenience, but we believe that it would make more sense for it to refer to any of the dwellings rather than ones that are situated at one end of the development or the other one, sir.
Well, sounds like you've got a view on that.
Yes, sorry. So it was just in terms of the works themselves. They're specific to that part of the site, which is relevant to where those dwellings are constructed. So that was the reasoning for that, which is a logical way of doing that.
So, is this explained by the spine road point? Because once a spine road is in, presumably both junctions serve, but the dwellings, all the dwellings would be served by the two junctions, would they not? And therefore, 25, 26 and 27. Am I getting this right or wrong? Sorry, perhaps I'm not explaining myself well. I don't think I'm explaining myself well, am I?
Are you saying, sir, that really in the end, because the idea is, as discussed, that the primary junction off Scocles Road goes in first? I think that's correct, isn't it? Oh, in that case...
Condition 23 is the off-site highway improvement. So just to come back, if that roundabout onto Scocles Road is the first point of access, and that is the first phase of development, then effectively you will have that footway on the eastern side of Scocles Road before the occupation of the first dwelling.
Yeah, okay. I get your point. Yeah, Councillor Whiting.
Yes, thanks, sir. I'm obliged to you. My concern actually is during the construction phase, if we've got traffic going in only through Scocles Road, through the entrance that's been made there, then I think there's a safety concern that perhaps hasn't been considered. And to have both entrances to the site, the lower road and the Scocles Road and the spine road put before, as part of the primary phase of construction, to allow the safe ingress and egress of the construction traffic onto the site. I think the use of the Scocles Road, as you've heard, sir, from Minster Parish Council, which is effectively a glorified country lane, is inappropriate for the scale of construction traffic that the site is going to require. And I think that the entrance off of the lower road through a properly constructed roundabout and the section 278 works there would be a far safer safer alternative. Thank you, sir.
So I think that's covered at condition 29, which we'll come on to.
Well, we'll return to that, yes, because a number of these conditions should be read together. So it makes sense we're looking at 25, 26 and 27 together. And I've made a note of what's been said. I'll leave it to you to take away and see if you can find if you think an alternative is appropriate. But Councillor Jays, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. So the reason why we've suggested the change to condition 25 is because that's the way they're most likely to be walking to children will be walking to school. As it is now, we have people walking on that open country lane that isn't narrow enough for two buses to pass next to each other, and it has no footway. So if we're going to be sending more children along this way school, it'd be nice if we could get the footway in advance.
Understood. And they weren't kind enough to provide 2 buses yesterday, but I did see 1 bus go down there yesterday, but I understand the point, but if 2 were to be trying to pass, absolutely. Okay, I've made a note of that, and no doubt the council and the appellant have, and they'll see what they come up with if there are any changes to those. So, does that bring us to 28? It does bring us to condition 28. Pedestrian routes again. My note to myself was, is there a need to cross-reference to condition 3? And I think it's the earlier point, actually. I think it was the phasing point that we touched on. Is that right? Oh no, maybe not. Do I mean condition 3? I'm not sure what I mean by that. So let's go back. 28. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I mean by that. I don't think it is condition 3. But yeah, Councillor Jays, you've got something on this.
Thank you. Yes, on 28, it'd be nice to get an occupation condition rather than just submit before first reserve matters stage. It'd be nice to say before occupation in this area, or we want all the footpath links and road links in first, because we've seen at Development Thistle Hill next door the mess that it's been there and the length of time it's taken to build out, and it's still going on 20 odd years on. So and residents didn't get the footpaths right, so they're walking along bare roads. So if we can get an occupation condition on this as early as possible, then that'd be great. Thank you.
Just to be clear, this is the earliest possible trigger, so this is well in advance of occupation.
Well, I think it's not so much about.
Obviously,
the reserve matters point is at an early stage. It's the implementation, and I think that comes back to. I think this is Councillor Jay's point. Getting it in before people, and it comes back to the phasing plan point, which probably was what I had in mind, and I've just put the wrong condition down. It was the phasing condition we were talking about earlier, and is this the point about a phasing plan would apply to this?
It would.
Condition 28.
It certainly would, yeah. The footways under 28 would form part of, or would be dealt with as part of the phasing plan, and it may be obviously that some of them come forward at different points or whatever in accordance with which bits of the development are coming forward. So it would be determined in terms of when they come forward at the time of the phasing plan being signed off by Swale.
Okay. I grasp that. All right. I've got both points, and I think it might be worth having a conversation outside of the hearing between the appellant and the parish council, just to kind of clarify some of these points. But I've understood everybody's position. Okay, 29, which is we've just alluded to a moment ago. So prior to commencement of development, including any works, site clearance and prep, construction traffic management plan shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. There's reference to third party highway authority for the A249. Yeah, I mean, planning conditions. By all means, consult whoever you want, local planning authority, and consult with, engage with who you want. But it's, in reference to third parties, well, it doesn't have a place. No, I suspect this has been requested by that party, but it's
that should be taken out, really. So
yeah, I mean, if this were to get planning permission, I'd strike it out. So
yes,
I suggest you do it when you do it, and save me a job. Was there anything else on 29 that anybody had? No. All right.
Just to say, so that this is the condition which would wrap up the temporary accesses that contractors would apply for to get onto site.
Okay.
So at that point, those would be
that's
agreed.
helpful. So it works, works with the ones we were looking at earlier, the 25, 26 and 27.
Yep.
Yep. I understand. 30. Yeah, I mean, is this drifting into reserved matters territory again? Is this about access, or is it about layout?
Yeah, it follows the same theme,
That was
doesn't
what
it?
my gut was telling me. But please, I mean, don't give me an answer now. You're going to take it away. Have a conversation. I
think on the face of it, I can't see why it's here.
It feels like a reserved matter to me. But please talk about it. 31. The sort of tail part of this. There's a link. Link didn't work for me. I couldn't. It took me nowhere. I just wonder again. We were in similar territory to policy changing. Does all of that tail part is it needed? It's just a case of.
Is the condition needed at all if electric vehicle charging is covered by building regulations?
Oh well, if you would take that point away and have a conversation, but certainly if it stays, I suspect the whole of that last sentence. The last sentence can go because everything before it would achieve what it seems to me the parties want to achieve. All right. 32, I didn't have anything on. This is to do with cycle storage. 33, I didn't have anything on, although I did question whether it's needed. Again, to what point are we in reserved matters and beyond access? Yeah.
And some of it goes to things that are covered by other, including methods of construction.
Perhaps one to unpack, but not here.
We can review it and limit it to its relevance to access.
Yeah, I've maybe bones in there.
To say, we've already said, haven't we, that any scheme coming forward's got to accord with the approved plans. So if all it's saying is that you've got to do the access roads in accordance with the approved plans, then it doesn't need to be there at all. But maybe there's more to it.
This was requested by KCC Highways.
And it's understandable that they would, but
We can look at it.
Please. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to 34. I didn't have anything on this. So I think we could maybe go on to 35. Again, there's reference to another authority, National Highways, presumably. I think that probably struck out. But there's a bit of inconsistency about the language here. There's reference to a comprehensive full travel plan. I'm not sure. Does that have a specific meaning? Full travel plan. I'm not sure whether full. And then at the end of the condition, it just talks about travel plan.
Often a draft travel plan accompanies the application, and then that's sort of worked up into a full travel plan. So
I suspect it might be National Highways wording, but travel plan is fine.
Comprehensive full.
Comprehensive.
How many?
It's unnecessary.
Yeah. So again, I might be quibbling, but just to get the language sharper, I think perhaps without anything being lost, and at the end, in conjunction with crops up again in the last line. But apart from that, I didn't have anything on that. 36. A few lines down, it's just a grammar point. After monitor and manage mitigation strategy, it's have, I think, rather than has. But I'll stand to be corrected because the verb goes to the the enabling works, the access and all of that stuff, I think. But I'm not a grammar whiz, so if...
Do you mean on the... Are you saying the has in the third line, sir?
Yeah.
I think it's a has in that it relates to the strategy.
Well, does it relate to the strategy or does it relate to the string of things?
I think it's full details until full details have been submitted.
Right, so it's not...
Oh,
okay, fair enough. Right, so it is have, you're quite right.
All I've done is put it in a box bracket and I didn't explain it to myself, so I was busking a bit then. But okay, I get take it away, somebody. Then we've got the following construction agreement between National Highways.
Yeah,
and
that all needs to come out. The references to National Highways.
That's my inclination.
Yeah,
and, it's it's narrative, but it doesn't serve any purpose within the purpose of the conditions, as far as I can make out. And then we've got it. We've got this. Yeah, if that does come out, the abbreviation of Strategic Road Network, SRN, needs to be reinserted where it appears later on. And I've just got a note to myself: check the drawings, which I think we've done to death now. So, hopefully those drawing references are correct. But if someone can double check, that would be helpful.
So yes, they are. They're the ones that are referred to in the National Highways consultation response.
Yeah, and then I've got, at the very end, I've got a note to myself saying, somebody needs to explain this condition to me, as I don't get it. So there you go. What is it doing?
Well, it's saying that there are works to that double roundabout junction that have been agreed with both Kent and National Highways. Yes, and at the moment they are sufficient to mitigate the whole development. But at the moment we want to monitor that and actually see if it isn't necessary to undertake those works in a future year, because it's not guaranteed that we're going to be impacting that junction in quite the way that has been forecast through the TA in a very robust manner. So we want to check that the vision that we've got for the site follows through, that the public transport strategy that will be implemented succeeds and reduces the modal split in terms of the use of the private car. And so at an agreed point,
it was perhaps the whole X thing,
that's the number that is to be agreed subsequently.
Okay.
Between us and the highway authorities.
And it's minus 75. Why is it minus?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I don't understand that number either myself. Yeah, but I wasn't involved in this particular condition. But, it looks like a year's worth of dwellings, so maybe it gives everyone a year.
Right.
To respond.
Can you do you have a better grasp of it in terms of why minus 75? It's for penultimate bullet point. Sorry, I'm not helping you. I think this.
I think what it is. I don't know why it's exactly 75, but it's to ensure. So this is a world where we're picking a new trigger for the delivery of the mitigation.
Yeah.
It's to ensure, again, it's to ensure that's what the X is, as we've heard.
Yeah.
But it's X minus 75 to ensure not only that it's tested, if you like, or monitored at that stage, but that it's monitored again when the completions have gone on, and you're up to the stage where you're 75. Your 75 units below.
It's a staged process.
To ensure that's the idea. So it's a precaution. It's a precaution to give a buffer to make sure that the conclusion that's reached is actually correct.
Okay, that's helpful. the things I've already alluded to, can that be taken away and it be sharpened up and just generally kind of given a bit of a shakedown to make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do? And can you, when it does come back, put a sort of an extra reasons note, a bit of a bespoke one, just to kind of capture the things that I've just been told, and once you've kind of perhaps had a double check with National Highways to make sure, please. Okay, we'll move on to 37. Oh yeah, Councillor Chase.
Thank you. Again, we'd ask for an earlier timescale for this item of highway works. I've suggested twice that the planning committee reduce to 100. I just think it's important. If the reason is to mitigate the impact of the development on the 8249, then I think we need to be getting it a lot earlier than it currently is planned.
Okay, so it's construction of, as it's drafted, construction of the 326th dwelling should not commence until improvement schemes identified in the roundabout scheme as shown on the drawing we've talked about. Again, I think that just wording needs to be tightened up. So it's for trigger. You want a lower trigger than 326. I understand. Thank you. Again, if this one can be taken away and perhaps the wording improved, and if there is any movement on the dwelling, I suspect it's obviously been agreed, but please take it when I say agreed between the appellant and the council. Presumably this will be National Highways again. I would have thought who've come up with that number. Is that correct?
It is, yeah. It's
okay.
what we agreed finally with National Highways in terms of how we would mitigate any impact at that location.
Okay, I understand. That's helpful. Thank you, everybody. We'll move on to 38. Yeah, so tiny points with some quotation marks there in the first sentence. I'm not sure whether they're really needed. We haven't got quotation marks around anything else, any of the other conditions, so they could probably get stripped out. And I think this is about bats, isn't it? This condition. Okay, so the second bullet point, it says towards the end, it says to prevent the above species. Well, why don't we just say bats rather than the above species? I'll leave that thought with you. It's one less word and only 4 letters. Or just bats free. It's 2 less words. There you go. Save some ink. I didn't have anything else on 38, so we'll move on to 39 if everybody's happy to. Seems to overlap with 38. What's this doing that 38's not?
I think that 38 specifically biodiversity, and then 39 is sort of
character and appearance.
Character and appearance, yeah.
Okay.
No, there is some overlap, but they're sort of trying to secure slightly different things.
There'd be no harm in trying to combine them, though, I suspect, because it would be a single lighting strategy, wouldn't it? In the end,
The other issue with 39 is it doesn't seem to be any implementation clause. So it's not going to accomplish anything anyway the way it's written at the moment, as far as I can make out.
Perhaps folded into 38.
Perhaps there's some rationalisation to be done between the two, and just clarity about if there are two strands to it, just being clear about what's being sought to be accomplished. Okay.
Sorry, sir, before you move too much further on, did I miss condition 37? Did you?
Don't know. Was I 37?
I think.
Yes, we talked about 37.
We did. Oh, sorry.
Because of the Councillor Jay's referred to the trigger of 326.
Right.
Requesting a lower figure.
I think it's more than that. I think it needs to be subject to the outcome from condition 36. Because at the moment, it still just refers to those drawings and the works that should be implemented.
So the two, 36 and 37,
are interlinked.
Yeah, and that, as drafted, but not as kind of they're not as.
Yeah, or 37 is superfluous if it can be wrapped up in 36.
Right. Again, can that point be taken away and get them to work in tandem? That's helpful. Okay, lights we've done. Bum, bum, bum. I think we're on 40. Is everybody? Yeah, I think. Yeah, similar points. Drainage have been, shall be. It's just for the language there. So rather than have been, shall be. Submitted to. I think there was a 2 missing from after submitted. I just wondered, what does 40 achieve that 41 wouldn't? You may not have the answer, but perhaps take it away. And
yeah, we can review that, sir.
Do you know, if they're doing the same thing and 41's doing a kind of bespoke or more precise version of 40...
I've got a feeling we'll be able to consolidate them into one.
Yeah. But please look at it. I think we've got the SUDS thing again. It's in 41. Didn't have anything else on 41. Can we move on to 42? Is everyone happy with that? Okay, we're getting there, folks. Thanks for your patience. So, again, I'm trying to make sense of my notes here. So, prior to the commencement of development, a maintenance schedule. Yeah, reference to maintenance schedule. Presumably, this is for the drainage and water management features. It doesn't say so. But I'm not 100% sure. Maintenance schedule. I assume it's kind of pursuant to 40 and 41. Particularly bearing in mind the reference to, well, drainage matters later in the condition. Yeah, I mean,
to be defined,
if that could be looked into and the point made,
yeah,
absolutely clear, because otherwise it's just maintenance schedule rather. So again, we're missing an in writing point there. The last sentence refers again to a third party. Yeah, I'm not doing down the role of third parties, but the local planning authority is going to deal with this, but no doubt in consultation with third parties. But that doesn't need to be in the condition. So I don't think the last sentence belongs and could probably be and should be deleted. Condition 43. Brackets have started creeping in at this point, but that's not important, I don't think. There's a reference to a drawing here at the end, critical drainage assets drawing. Does that? I wasn't quite sure. Does that exist yet? What is that?
I think that might be anticipating what would form part of the verification report, perhaps.
Yeah. I wasn't all that clear on what that meant. Perhaps again, can that wording there be sort of revisited? Perhaps it's right. It's just not that clear to me, to be honest. Yeah, 44, if everybody's content for me to go on to that. This is one of those I was alluding to earlier. It just says local authority. I think it should be local planning authority. Again, there's reference to a third party, Southern Water, same point as earlier. again, I don't think this has an implementation clause, as far as I can see. And if not, that needs to be picked up. Okay, well, I'll leave that with you. 45, if everyone's happy to move on to 45. Yeah, we're back into the phasing point that goes back to the earlier conditions, I think. Yeah, I just wondered whether this was a reserve matter anyway, and whether it's absolutely needed. I suppose it's saying that it's wanted as part of reserve matters, perhaps. I wasn't quite sure that the grammar worked anyway.
I think we may need to remove that one, sir. I think there was a recent appeal decision where that, which is a standard condition we've been using, was criticised. So
right.
Something more of an informative rather than any condition.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, take it away. Have a look at it, please. And if it doesn't belong, I mean, on a basis, I can well see it might be a reserve matter anyway, and as it's covered by building regulations, again, I mean, my note to myself, can't refer to other legislation, and if it's required by other legislation, is a condition necessary. So that's you've kind of anticipated what I was about to say as well. So, okay, if everyone's happy, I'll move on to 46. Didn't have anything on that, or on 47. 48, again, reference to building regs. I think this might be sit in a slightly different place, though, but I'm not sure in terms of whether or not it's necessary. Any views on particularly looking at the barrister in the room? I'll come to the parish in a moment.
It's to secure the 10%.
That's fair enough. I don't know whether there's policy support for it.
There's not, but I think we might have agreed it.
I'm sure it's been agreed. No,
yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
suggesting it's not agreed.
I mean, I suppose my point is if it has to be provided under the building regs, it is necessary, but it may not necessarily need to be provided.
So the 10% wouldn't be secured by building regs.
It's for standard.
Yeah.
So that's I suppose the building reg point is a bit of a red herring. It's just a.
It's more a question of policy support, but I mean, look, we're very much agreeing to it.
All right. Okay, I get where you're at. Parish Council had something on this. I think was it you, Councillor Jays?
Yes, I was just going to say the island has a higher than national average disability rate, so I think it's important that we make note of this.
Okay. Okay, well, any sort of policy support for that and that point, for example, if a justification can be provided for it, that would be helpful. Thank you, that's helpful. Okay, 49. Prior to commencement of development, final layout locations of properties on the site and their associated amenity areas, together with a further noise. So this is about noise. There's a few submitted. I think the submitted to the local planning authority probably needs to come later, after. So if it were to read instead, prior to the commencement of development, blah blah blah, and their amenity areas, delete shall be submitted to the local planning authority, and then continue together with a further noise assessment identifying properties that require noise mitigation measures, and full details of any proposed measures shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. Might be a better way of wording it. Then the following sentence, rather than upon approval by, just say the approved noise mitigation measures shall be implemented in full prior to occupation of the premises. Does this condition go to all of the premises, but beyond the residential, or is it just about residential? Is it about living conditions?
It's about living conditions, so I think
could premises change to dwellings?
Yeah.
Should it change? Yeah. Okay. I've got a note to myself that the same point might apply to condition 34, and I missed that earlier. Let's go back to 34. Sorry to jump around on you.
Yeah. 34's got both.
Yeah, I mean that might be right in 34. Yeah. I'll leave it with you. I think 34 might be right actually. That's perhaps why I didn't flag it, but to myself I should say. Right. Where were we? 30. No, we're on
49, sir.
Thank you. 49 I've got there in the end. Gosh, free to go. Nearly there. Reserve matters shall include formal sports facilities to meet the needs of the development shall be delivered in accordance with Sport England and relevant government body standards. Is there any... I suppose, even if the reserve matters come in, will they necessarily be implemented? I suppose that's my thought. What's the guarantee that the sports facilities will be forthcoming? And is that important? I think you're asking me to give weight to these things as a benefit.
I think the answer, sir, turns on the phases within which the development will come forward. Are
we back into that phasing point?
I think we are.
And whether this needs to have a clearer hook to that?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I think that's the only way. Because the phasing plan will consider, I'm just having a look at it. Yeah, sorry, the phasing plan in condition 4 expressly considers outdoor sport.
Okay. Yeah, if that can be revisited then. Yeah, Councillor Jage, I think you had some.
Yes, thank you. It's on similar to sports facilities. I'm just wondering where it's conditioned or secured about allotments, playgrounds. I know the community hubs in the description, but does that need to be secured somewhere else?
Sorry, I think the answer to that question, just having a look to make sure it's all there, is in the same place as in condition 4, because the phasing plan's expressly got to consider allotments, open spaces of play areas, parks, gardens, outdoor sport, I've just said that, provision for young people and children, as well as obviously all the other part of the housing, etc.
Well, if a kind of a rebooted version of condition 50 is necessary, if then why not all of the things that Councillor Jays has identified?
Yeah.
Is the principle not the same?
The principle's the same, and really it could and should, I mean, the logic of this is it could and should be at condition 4, because, I mean...
Yeah, just to provide a firmer kind of relationship between that and what follows.
Which is to say, I'm not really sure that you need this one if condition 4 is saying that all these different things have to be phased. If the various matters are not phased and delivered in accordance with the phasing plan, etc., which is what condition 4 requires, then there won't be any development. So condition 4's, really important because it covers all of these different areas, and it requires all of the stuff to be implemented in accordance with a timeline that the authority approves. So I do wonder whether 50 might just be a bit unnecessary, really.
Yeah, I suppose it depends what 4 looks like
Yes, of course. Yes.
And it feels like it needs a stronger breakdown of what's...
Yeah, I was just going to add exactly the same. I think 4 is crucial, and I think we just need to build that with all those components. Yeah.
Okay, that's a really helpful point, Councillor Jays. Let me just make a note of all of this. Okay, right. I think we can go on to penultimate condition now. I think this is the one we've talked about already. And you've already told me that your position's on this, so I don't think there's anything to. This is the interpretation material in respect to Scocles Courts or Scocles, get there in the end. Court stroke manor, depending on who you are. Okay, and that's just something I'm going to have to take a view on. Yeah, Councillor Jays.
Thank you. Obviously, if it goes in at the start of development, we haven't seen the phasing plan yet, but if the scheme then finishes 15 years later, say, the sign's like to be worn out, so it'd be really nice if this is moved into section 106 that it's at the start and a new one at the end, so that it's long lasting for the benefit of the residents of this development.
Timing point. Okay, I've made a note of that. And then finally, piling method statement shall be submitted too. And Councillor, you've already alluded to this method, screw piling. Perhaps something to take away, Mr. Greenwood, in terms of the technology. I suppose if you start prescribing something, it starts ruling other things that might in future prove to be better. But I'm not sure quite what the answer is.
I suspect that the best answer is to retain at least some flexibility at this stage, rather than to pin us down to a particular piling method, as it were, a particular one, so that the method statement can consider the impacts on the Grade 2 listed building, and the council can take a view. It may well be that that's the technology that gets adopted, but who knows?
The bottom line is it's the best technology, and
whatever it is at the time,
that's appropriate for mitigating this
precisely. So yeah, so I think the condition's probably okay as is, but
right. But we understand the point that Councillor Jays is making, and no doubt Mr. Greenwood's made a note of it. Okay, that's conditions. Was there anything else on conditions before we move on?
Right.
Bit of homework.
We've got some homework to do. I mean, we're going to need We're going to need a bit of time, I think, to do all of that. Some of it might require a bit of contact to Kent as well.
I think so. And I don't want you to rush it either. I mean, we've got the 21 days on the 106.
If you're happy with that as being the backstop, then
as an absolute backstop. I'd rather it sooner than that, so I can see them and make sense of them.
We'll discuss that offline.
Okay. And I said it at the beginning. I shall say it again. That is just something we have to go through as a planning inspector. I have to go through. It's quite unusual for there to be so many conditions. It doesn't normally take this long. It's no indication of my thinking. I've got a completely open mind on the scheme, and I'm really grateful everybody's engaged positively and helped the process. All right. I promised you a mid-afternoon break. I think we're really close to finishing. Is everybody comfortable to just push on for a bit?
On our side, sir, we are, sir, certainly.
Okay, let's do that. So let me go back to my note. I think we're very close.
Sir, if I could just raise something. I've just had an email through from the interested party who we were talking about earlier. I've forwarded it on to Tim at Bristol, so he should be forwarding it on to you.
Okay. The appellant got CC'd on that?
I'll forward it now.
How What does it look like? Is it a chunky document? Or?
They've submitted some photographs. They say they hadn't been consulted. So I don't know whether there was an issue with our address management system or something we'll have to look into. And they say they've sort of been rushed in terms of having to prepare this representation, although it is quite comprehensive. So, I mean, a lot of it does seem to be matters that have previously been raised through other representations. So it doesn't look from a brief glance at new issues being raised.
I mean, we obviously don't want either them to be rushed or anyone to be rushed, but perhaps what we could do on the assumption that we may well have covered quite a lot of the substantive matters and we've not read it yet and that we're otherwise almost finished. There's no objection to it. Obviously, there's no objection to you receiving it and indeed reading it and giving whatever weight to it you want. I wondered whether maybe we could ask for, say, 48 hours or something, if so advised, to put something, a short note to you and in writing, if there's any matter that we feel that we've just not covered. Or indeed to advise the case officer that there isn't anything that we feel that we need to respond to.
Yeah, as long as it's absolutely focused on matters arising and nothing else.
Nothing else.
Just as a note, and we'll see. I mean,
we'll see what it says.
The representations that have come in and the things we've covered today, it's pretty broad ranging. So
totally. So no,
it might be surprising, but we can't rule it out.
We can't rule it out. So we'll undertake to do that once we've received it.
Okay. Well, perhaps I can say the sooner the better, but the deadline for that at the end of this week.
Thank you.
Bearing in mind the other things we're waiting for anyway. But thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Make a note of that. So it was Scocles Farm. Is that right?
Well, we'd consulted Scocles Farm, and that they referred to their address as Scocles Farmhouse.
Right.
But as I say, I think we're going to have to look into this to find out what's happened and what that anomaly is.
So that's going to be admitted, and the appellant has opportunity to comment in writing for new things by Friday. And what's the date on Friday?
It will be the 23rd.
23rd. Right, thank you. So back to the agenda. What have I done with the agenda? Site visit. We've talked about it, and I'm going to do it on an unaccompanied basis. I think Councillor Jays, did you have the contact with Mr. Hodges?
Yeah, I've got the number. I was going to give it to Simon.
Okay, cool. That's perfect. If whoever does get in touch with him, if you could say, I'm going to be there this afternoon. It's going to take me. I'm going to probably go and get changed, get out there. So it's probably going to be around 5 o'clock. So if you can communicate that, don't promise it'll be dead on 5, but subject to traffic and what have you. But perhaps some point between 4:45 and 5:15. That I'll get. If you can just communicate that, I'll conduct that part of the site visit on an access required basis only. Mr. Hodges has understood that, and he's not going to attempt to make any representations to me. And thereafter, I will just do what you've asked me to do, and you taught me through earlier from those annotated plans and so on. So that's the site visit. Costs, any party's position changed on costs?
No, thank you.
No costs applications, thank you. That draws things to a close. I'll just double check nobody's got anything they were hoping to say that's not been said so far.
Thank you very much, sir. Nothing more on our side.
Okay, I'm not getting any arms being waved around.
No, we have nothing else, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for confirming. That draws things to a close. Just remains for me to thank everybody. Thanks to the council for arranging facilities, for everybody's contribution today. It was really helpful. Thank you very much. The hearing is now adjourned. It's not. It's closed. Excuse me. It's closed. We've just got those 3 outstanding points: the representation, the response, which I'm considering as 1, and the conditions and the 106. Okay. Thank you.